Yo, yo, yo. Hey, y'all. What's up? Hey, Frank, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Frank? Allie, hey, baby. I'm going to jump into this, what I want to show first here, because we're getting ready to get some good stuff, I think. Well, not good stuff, but the affidavit's out. We're going to watch Long Crime Network, my favorite true crime, like, big channel. I like Diddy Ron, too. And let's get into this.
Hi there, everybody. Welcome to the Long Crime Network. I'm Jesse Weber. We have breaking news for you, and that is that the probable cause affidavit in the Idaho 4 murder case has officially been released, and we are learning new details about what led police to arrest suspect Bryan Kohberger. Talking about him for a minute, he's expected to appear in court today after being extradited back to Idaho. He's accused of 4 counts of first-degree murder. He's also facing a burglary charge. We know that the suspect arrived yesterday evening to the Latah County Jail hours after authorities flew him out from Pennsylvania, where he was later booked. And a lot of people across the nation are interested in this case. We're going to take your questions, so please submit them on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. But right now, we have to break down this probable cause affidavit. As I said, we are learning things that we did not know before. As you can see, I'm casually dressed. We had to jump on the air immediately to get this to you. I want to bring in my 2 special guests to talk more about this. I'm joined right now by law enforcement.
Hey, Uncle Will. Hey, bro. What's up? I ain't seen you in a while. Hope you and the family are good.
In this probable cause affidavit, which I will tell you is more detailed than I would have imagined. It's about 19 pages. First up, we had a lot of questions about the 2 surviving roommates that were on the ground floor in that house. According to the probable cause affidavit, I'm going to read it for everybody. DM, who is one of the surviving victims, she said, DM stated she opened her door for the 3rd time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the backsliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. Now, later on in this probable cause affidavit, when they were able to determine that it might have been Kohberger, they looked at his license plate and noted the bushy eyebrows. The idea that someone in this house saw him is unbelievable. What's your reaction, Sonny?
It's absolutely unbelievable. I'm just printing out the affidavit right now and trying to go through it, right before we went on the air. That this is one of the most detailed affidavits that I have ever seen. And this is the reason why they got the guy. There's nothing to suggest that he was not present. They have the DNA, they have everything that they need. But more importantly, it's the eyewitness, the details and the level of detail that law enforcement has provided in this affidavit. There's no reason and there's no way that a judge would not have weighed in and said this is absolutely necessary.
So a few things to note. Again, throughout this discussion, he is innocent until proven guilty. But what this lays out is the probable cause by which they felt necessary to arrest him. What is so eerie is to hear this account of the roommates. They heard people saying in the upstairs room to the effect of, there's someone here. They heard one of the victims say that. They heard a voice say, it's okay, I'm going to help you, possibly from the killer. Now, Joseph, I'm going to go to you because this is something that we had suspected about the murder weapon. Now, I will tell you, the murder weapon has not been recovered, but this is what we have. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogen's right side, Madison Mogen, one of the victims, when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had KA-BAR, USMC, and United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA, the suspect profile, left on the bottom snap of the knife sheath. Now, of course, that's important, Joseph, because we had suspected for a while that, and we actually had Phil Waters on our Sidebar podcast who said this could be a KA-BAR military-style knife. Now, just to reiterate this, later on in the affidavit, they did a DNA test. And what they did is on December 27th, 2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Kohberger family residence located in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. The next day, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Joseph, what do we make of that?
You're going head to head with numbers. Numbers always win in the end. All speculation, supposition, all of that stuff is out the window. When you have these specific scientific tiebacks, and as you had mentioned, we had suspected a sheath for a while. We heard about military-style knife. We heard somebody throw out a term, Rambo knife. We didn't know what the genesis of those terms were or where it was coming from. And we did, in fact, hear the term KA-BAR. We talked about this for a while, and it is a specific knife. The thing about these types of knives, hunting or military-style knives, most of the time, they come, you purchase these things with a sheath so that you can put it on your belt, all those sorts of things. The fact that it's adjacent, this DNA is recovered adjacent to the snap on it, which holds it in place, is significant. This goes back to a manufacturer, and it also, this DNA ties back to him. It is incredible evidence. I didn't think we were going to have this much.
So I'm going to read portions of this affidavit because it literally came down 5-10 minutes ago. People have not heard it, so I'm going to read portions of it. This is very interesting. This is something that online sleuths were thinking once he was arrested. Did he make a Reddit post? Well, this is what we know based on the probable cause affidavit. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Washington State University, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included graduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. He actually applied for an internship with the police department. Kohberger wrote in his essay that he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found on an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to, quote, understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. There's been a lot of speculation about why someone like him would have done that. This is something that came early on. I want to go back to the discussion of the initial impressions from the surviving roommates, because I think that's really key. Again, we talked about the K-bar style knife. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers. They interviewed the two surviving roommates. And this is what we, and again, what they start off the probable cause affidavit, basically going through what we know already, the timeline of events about where Madison was, where Kaylee was, where Zana was, where Ethan was. But where it really gets interesting is the timeline of this. This is a lot later than we initially anticipated. So to give everybody an idea here, I'm going to pull this up. We actually thought that the murders might have happened earlier. According to police, they believe the murders happened between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. I think that is a bit later than we originally said. I'm going to read more from the affidavit. DM, again, one of the roommates who survived, who was on the ground floor, stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves, Kaylee Gonsalves, playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said that she heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could have also been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said that she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17 a.m.
Hey, Chloe Love,
is less
thanks
than
for
50 feet
stopping
from the west
by.
wall of
Hope you have a
Kernodle's
great day,
bedroom. By the way, I'm going to
beautiful.
continue, but you can see more of the evidence that we didn't know what was happening behind the scenes. This is a more detailed timeline than any of us could have imagined. DM stated she opened her door for the third
Sonia,
time.
hey,
She heard
love.
crying and saw a figure clad in black, and I went through that already about seeing this. Now, they go on to say that the combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. Now, this is also important. This is about latent shoe prints. I'm going to read that part. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black. This is a protein strand that
Okay, so they're saying Dylan saw him. Then why did they wait to 12 o'clock the next day to call for help or anything? Why did they wait? Why did she wait? There's something off about Dylan. I've said it from the beginning, and I knew she knew something. I knew it. There's something off about Dylan. Why did she wait so long to call? Why did they wait so long to call? Makes no sense to me. Because if I'd heard my friend and crying, and I would have called somebody, something. Even if you're afraid, you can call 911 and not say nothing and kind of, I don't understand that. Why didn't she call? Okay, let's continue listening.
detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole. This was just outside the door of DN's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvas.
True, Frank, but it is strange that they kept that from us.
hours of November 13, 2022 in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspects or suspect vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I've reviewed the numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other officers, and they go on to say that. A review of camera footage indicated, and this is where that white Hyundai Elantra comes into play. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. At this point, they didn't know it was the vehicle that we now know, the white Hyundai Elantra. This is how they first were able to identify it. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. Remember the timeline of when they think these murders occurred. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leave via Walenta Drive. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Again, this is also important because remember, he is charged with first-degree murder. There is a level of premeditation and planning to this. Keep this in mind as we hear all this. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to...
Hold on, I want to hear that part again. Hold on. I'll slow it down. Hey, sis, Cher, thank you so much for the super sticker. Aw, I love you. I hope you're good. Let's see here what this says.
When they think these murders occurred. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leave via Walenta Drive. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Again, this is also important because remember, he is charged with first-degree murder. There is a level of premeditation and planning to this. Keep this in mind as we hear all this. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. We talked about this before when he was ultimately apprehended, the connection, the geographical distance between.
Thank you, Sonia, for the super sticker. Thank you so much. Oh, I love y'all. I appreciate it. Thank you. I love y'all. Thank you.
Examiner, and they go into the forensics examiner's background and experience. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensics examiner initially believed that suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011-2013 Hyundai Elantra, but upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011-2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information persons in possession of a vehicle of this type. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University, WSU campus. This is how they were able to connect the car to Kohberger. If we have some more time, I'd like to get into it before we take our breaks. Let me do this real quick. Okay, so we're not going to take breaks. I'm going to continue to go forward with this. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Hyundai Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., this is again before the murders, a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington towards SR-270. SR-270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. The camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The FBI forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014-2016 Hyundai Elantra. At approximately 5:20 p.m., which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on the WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. I mentioned those streets before. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR-270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street. They go on to talk a little bit more about where it goes. They provided a map showing what the campus looks like and kind of what the area looks like. They go on to say on November 25th, 2022, MPD, Moscow Police Department, asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate, LFZ 8649. This vehicle was registered to Bryan Kohberger, and he resides at 1630 Northeast Valley.
We'll pause just a second and hop up here to this court TV and see what they're. Let's see. Thanks, Allie, for telling me. We'll go back to that because I like to hear what Law Network talks about. They're a pretty good channel.
Accusing of killing them is set to be making his first appearance before a judge. 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time is the time that the Latah County Court has set to have Bryan Kohberger.
Hey, Wandering Hearts. Hey, love.
Charges against him. Bond will be set. This is just the first quick appearance in front of a judge. We expect this to be very, very brief. There's a formal arraignment later on in the process. This is just the initial arraignment in front of a magistrate judge. And the court has put into place some rules for this with our cameras. Our cameras are there ready to rock and roll, but we're not able to broadcast it live. We're only able to share the video after the hearing has concluded. So we will do that immediately. Our team is there. Just moments ago, you heard me talking with Shanley Painter on the phone. She's our correspondent in the courtroom. She's going to be heading in there. And this may be the first time that the family members of those victims will be able to see the man who's accused of killing their loved ones face to face. This is probably going to be a very tough day with those family members, we are told, expected to attend. We also have standing by in Pennsylvania by phone, Court TV legal correspondent Julia Janae, as Pennsylvania was the big link to this case. That is where Bryan Kohberger spent much of his life. That's where his parents still live. Was spending the holiday break with them when SWAT hit the house and took him into custody just before 2023. And he was extradited, as we know, yesterday back to Moscow, Idaho. I have Court TV anchor Ted Rollins as well in the studio, on the floor, in a bedroom. Able to glean so far from why police said this guy is their guy. Number one, Xana Kernodle, one of the victims killed, we understand was the first victim that first responders found. They found her on the first floor, in a bedroom of the second floor. I misspoke there. She appeared to have wounds caused by an edged weapon. So we're taking this directly from the affidavit of probable cause. Police also said that Kernodle's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, was also found in the second floor bedroom. He appeared to have sharp force injuries. The other two victims were found on the third floor, we know. Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan were found in Mogan's bedroom on the third floor of the house. They were both on the bed. Both of them had visible stab wounds on their bodies. And then this detail, which I think is one of the biggest coming out today in this case, police finding what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Madison Mogan's right side. The sheath was processed and had this lettering you see there on it. And the big thing is that the snap on the sheath case had some DNA. We don't know what type of DNA. We don't know if it was blood. We don't know if it was spit, sweat. Had some kind of DNA, it says on the snap, that they were able to take in and process it at the crime lab. And we know later on, investigators went to the trash at this guy's parents' house. That is fair game, folks. Trash in America, fair game to go and test. Did some genealogical testing, zeroed in on his dad, process of elimination, and made them like him as their guy. Bryan Kohberger is the guy they say carried out these sick homicides that happened in Moscow, Idaho. I want to bring in Ted Rollins for some reaction. Ted, of all these details we're looking at here, tell me, what is the one that's the most stunning to you, the most disturbing, fascinating?
Well, from an evidentiary standpoint, the DNA is the home run.
Yeah.
The fact that the roommate had an encounter with this individual face to face. He was wearing a mask, according to her testimony, according to what she told police. She said that she heard her roommates, she thought she heard them crying at one point, and then opens the door, and there's a masked man walking out of the house.
Right.
Could the mask have been look like a COVID type mask? It just, that to me is chilling.
Oh, you're 100% right. Without a doubt, I think the most chilling detail. So DNA, to me, if I had to highlight the biggies as we're taking them, chronologically.
Could the mask have been look like a COVID type mask? It just, her testimony, according to what she told police, she said that she heard her roommates, she thought she heard them crying at one point, and then opens the door, and there's a masked man walking out of the house.
Right.
Could the mask have been look like a COVID type mask? It just, that to me is chilling.
Oh, you're 100% right. Without a doubt, I think the most chilling detail. So DNA, to me, if I had to highlight the biggies as we're taking them, chronologically throughout the way this affidavit's laid out. DNA, the fact that they were able to get something left at that crime scene, huge. Then the fact that there's an eyewitness in the house, one of the roommates. Roommate Dylan, we understand, it says right here, she opened her door for the third time after she heard crying, saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose, walking toward her. Did she describe the figure as 5'10"?
I still want to know why she waited so long to call law enforcement or anything. Crazy.
Face. He walked past her, and she told police she stood in a frozen shock phase, and he walked toward the back sliding glass door. So this person, this killer, whoever it is, whether it's Bryan Kohberger, as police say it was, or somebody else, this killer made a deliberate choice.
Thank you, Uncle Will. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you. I miss you being around.
The house, but I am still waiting for that link, Ted. Are you? The link, why these four?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, well, we do know from the affidavit as well that he was stalking the house. According to the cell phone, they ran his number and they were able to trace it on 12 occasions starting in June of last year in the proximity of the house. Was he watching them all? Was he watching one of them? Was this a target for just one of them and the others were collateral, the other three? And that's why he walks by Dylan. A lot of unanswered questions here. Another bit of, this is bad, this is so sad from the families, for the families. A security camera located apparently very close to where this took place. I don't know if it's actually in the house, but it's it's less than 50 feet from the west wall of Xana's bedroom. There's a security camera with audio that, according to the affidavit, picked up at 4:17 a.m. distorted audio of what sounded like voices or whimpering, followed by a large thud. And the dog can also be heard barking numerous times. So there's, while some, I think as we all put together the pieces here, all right, there's 4 dead, but there were these other 2 kids. They must have slept through it. I think the thought was, and I bet
So the dog did bark.
literally killed while sleeping.
Right.
This
Sounds like they're awake,
much different
right?
story.
It's everything we're reading here sounds like they were awake and others in the house heard them and heard things that were suspicious.
Yeah.
This is very, very.
It makes no sense, Frank. Makes no sense. Why didn't they call law enforcement though until 12 o'clock or whatever the next day? Why'd they wait so long?
Announced and he's been arrested on these charges. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to hit a break. We're going to talk to Julia Janae. She's standing by in Pennsylvania. Stay with us and tweet us your thoughts as well. Go to our Court TV network handle on Twitter. It is at Court TV. Send us your questions. Your comments. Continue digging in on all facets of this case, the law enforcement aspects, the aspects of
8458 phone. Investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the phone in these returns did not show the phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. So the cell phone data doesn't show that he was there or was using that phone near the residence. But that is only part of the story. Based on my training experience and conversation with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cellular telephone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. So let's talk about this right now. Sonny, I'll go to you real quick. I've gone through a lot right now. This idea of the cell phone, and I'm going to get into it in a second, that someone would turn their phone off. That, even if you don't have a phone on to track somebody, turning the phone off can be evidence of guilt.
Yes, it absolutely can. Although these alleged suspect was clever in some aspects, not too clever because technology was really, really playing a role in this arrest.
Look at her last name. Isn't that ironic?
Everything. And you reading it was really wonderful for the audience who was not looking at it. They were able to connect the dots in such a way that a probable cause warrant was absolutely necessary to bring Brian in for this investigation. It would make no sense for them not to move forward with a warrant. And because this guy was actually stopped so many times by law enforcement, it is unbelievable that while he appeared to be smart in some senses where he was being calculated and thought he was asking the right questions and getting the details down, he was not that clever. Law enforcement and the officer and affiant in this particular document was really reaching out to use all of the resources for law enforcement to connect the dots. It's powerful information.
And just to further that up, they go on to say that on the night of the murders, at approximately 2:42 a.m., that phone, they could detect that the phone left the residence where he was, and then it was turned off at approximately 2:47 a.m. It stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cellular coverage, or the network connection is disabled, or the phone is turned off. But then the phone comes back on at 4:48 a.m. And that's just so crucial. Joseph, I've gone through a lot right now. Tell me what you are taking away from. Let's talk about the tracking of the car. I mean, that was central, and we knew about the car, but now we're getting more detail about how many times it was actually picked up on camera.
Yeah, and again, these are like electronic breadcrumbs. We talked about the phone, but you have to look at the CCTV footage as well as it's being tracked along. You can kind of get an idea of it. At least implies purpose, doesn't it? These movements as it goes along, and then kind of as an adjunct to that, we can think about it's identified multiple times around this particular area, going back to his home, showing up in an approximate area related to the crime itself, and then not to mention, and we haven't really dug into this yet, the trip across America as well. I think that this is going to play a key role in this as well, as he's using this as a conveyance for he and his father along the way. This also brings into, our production staff is showing this imagery right now. This also brings into question, I think, from a broader sense, the purpose of these stops that took place in Indiana. A good friend of mine had identified these stops in a term that not many people have heard before. It's called a whisper stop. And the purpose is that many times if the feds are onto you, they're not going to be purposed to pull you over, but they will wink and a nod, ask the locals to pull you over. And they're doing any number of things to assess this environment. A lot of people have made comments about, did they observe any kind of injuries, in the freeze frames that they had on his arms? Also, you're looking for the reaction of the subject in the car. Is he going to bolt on you? All those sorts of things. So the feds probably put a bug into the ear of both the state police in Indiana and also the locals to do these stops. And Jesse, I got to tell you, the stops are real close together. They're intensely focused on this guy, and it all goes back to the tracking this vehicle back in Washington and Idaho.
And we know that there was reporting by Fox News that the FBI asked Indiana State Police to stop him in order to see his hands. I'm going to take some viewer questions right now from Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Bring your questions in right now. I have 2 experts with me. I have the probable cause affidavit with me. We are reacting in real time to this. I want to go to Resistance Miss on Twitter. Sonny, I'll go to you for this question. So this person identifies the name of the surviving roommate. I won't do it. I'll just say DM. So DM saw a masked intruder in all black, heard someone crying and a thud on the floor. Why the heck did she not call 911? Why did she lock herself in a room and not come out until almost noon later that day? I'm sorry, but something isn't adding up. Remember, that 911 phone call wasn't placed, as this viewer is correct, until almost noon the next day. We haven't heard the 911 phone call. What are your initial response to that?
Always think they know what they would do in a situation, and until you're in that situation, you actually don't know what you would do. You don't know the individual's DM state of mind, whether DM may have been intoxicated, whether DM has a history of sleepwalking, or just absolute fear and not knowing what was going on. So I won't really hold anything against the other individuals in the home because we don't know what exactly has happened with them, what they were doing. But the information and the fact that that law enforcement was able to gather these details, get a description, is critical. But no one ever knows what they'll do in a particular situation. And these are young people. And you just don't know.
Yeah, and again, one of the most shocking things, and you could see at a potential trial, how important the testimony of DM will be. Her physical description of this person is consistent with Bryan Kohberger. And as I read through the affidavit, when they looked at his driver's license, what did they notice? The bushy eyebrows, which she described. Joseph, I want to go to you. Gyps on YouTube. A lot is being said about the murder weapon and not being found, but how much does that really matter? Again, I'll preface this two ways. If you're just joining us, I mentioned earlier, DNA was taken from the sheath of a knife case that, as we talked about, that was tan. It had a USMC, United States Marine Corps on it, K-bar. This is something that we had anticipated. We talked about here on Law and Crime, and also that the DNA from that is presumably matched up to Kohberger, or it seems like it was used. I'm of the opinion that it is important for a prosecution. I've seen cases where you can successfully prosecute somebody without a murder weapon, but it is an impediment. Do you agree?
It can be, but let me explain to you the beauty of this, okay? The fact that they have the sheath. This is what's going to happen. They're going to reach out to the manufacturer of this knife, and they're going to get similar knives that marry up to the sheath, and they're going to run tests. And that's going to be very important too. And here's something else that people might not know that we do in the morgue. When it comes time to autopsy, one of the things that we do before we autopsy a body is we actually do full body x-rays in many cases. I suspect that happened with these blades many, many times. What occurs is that you get chips off of the blade edge itself, and sometimes the tip will break off. If that happens, you've captured a signature of that blade at a kind of a chemical level, because if they can recover that bit of metal at autopsy, they can do a metallurgical testing on that and see if it marries up to the manufacturer. You know, this is their common way that they create these blades. And also, they're going to test these blades to see or examine them to see if they marry up with the wounds that the forensic pathologist saw at autopsy at that particular time. So it's not as urgent as it would be in other cases, because it all comes down to the fact that they found this sheet. That is so big, Jesse, in this case, I can't explain it to you.
Sonny, we're going to go to from Handsome Hensley on Twitter. Was he seen at the frat party that two of the victims were seen at? Nothing in this probable cause affidavit I haven't seen that would suggest that. It does raise the question, and Sonny, I'll pose this question to you instead. What did we not get from the affidavit? We didn't get the why. We still do not understand why he did this, why he allegedly did this. We understand how they tracked him. I mean, I'll tell you, the evidence is very strong, purely based on the probable cause affidavit. It's a long time between now and a prosecution and a trial, but there's no indication his interest in them, his connection to them, other than that one comment I made at the beginning of the affidavit. According to, I believe it was DM or one of the roommates who was on the first floor, she heard a voice saying, I want to pull this up. It's okay. I'm going to help you. Presuming that is him, we still don't understand why, Sonny.
Right. And I agree. We don't understand why. And the other thing that's very interesting that's not in the affidavit is also, had he been in the residence before? How did he know who and where to go, where they were, and what does that look like? How did he know how to move around the room? So, move around the location and move about without the detection. What about the dog? Had he been nearby? But we are crystal clear that this individual has been in the area, was potentially stalking these individuals, and had presence of mind to turn off the cell phone. And as my colleague just said, the knife and the weapon are really important. So all of those things matter. We don't know the why yet, but this is really just another chapter in a very long book, in a very long story. And there's still so much to unpack, so much to learn about this individual. And they can trace back purchases from a long time ago from family members to find out about whether a knife was ever purchased, anyone in the Marines, why that particular knife, do they use that for hunting? There's so many things here, but it was very important to make the arrest. That is the critical thing that we must focus on. They had a suspect. They did their investigation. This is just the beginning of the investigation. And Jesse, you said we have not heard the 911 call.
Right.
So we don't know what DM said.
And again, you don't need motive or the why necessarily for a successful prosecution. We all want to know what the why would be. And of course, the question is, based on DM's account, which was reiterated to law enforcement, why did the suspect not kill her? Why did she survive? That's the $1 million question right there. So let me ask you this, Joseph, I go to you. Lumberjack on YouTube, did they have to search, did they have a search warrant or a court order to get the DNA ancestry? Based on my quick review of this affidavit, and we have producers going through it as well, I haven't seen anything about a court order or a warrant for this. As I mentioned before, what they did was they got that DNA that they were able to obtain off of the knife sheath and off of trash that they had. I'm going to repeat that paragraph one more time. On December 27th, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Kohberger family residence in Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab, and they reported a DNA profile obtained from the trash and DNA and they were able to obtain a DNA profile from the trash and from the knife sheath and identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. So, Joseph, what had to go into them being able to do that?
Well, I think that whatever service they used, from a legal standpoint, again, you're the attorney, Jesse, but I think that from a documentary standpoint, it would be important to have that warrant in place. However, there are a couple of these companies out there that kind of have standing agreements with police agencies, and particularly at a federal and state level, where if they need something, they'll make it happen. And that might be the case. They said, look, we have a sample here. We want to compare it against the database that you have. And that's when the complexity starts, because as you're doing it, you have to build out these trees. We're going to find out more about.
We have a question from Caitlin from YouTube. And by the way, Joseph and Sunny, excellent analysis as we break this down in real time. Caitlin, explain more what the gag means after the affidavit with new information. So let me just clarify that. That means investigators, law enforcement personnel, attorneys, they can no longer speak about this case unless something changes. If you recall, Bill Thompson, who is the Lake County prosecutor, indicated that if you wanted more information about this case, you're going to have to follow the court docket. You're going to have to follow the court record. That is why information like this from the affidavit is going to be so important. We're all going to be reading this in real time. That is where we're going to get our information about this case as it ultimately progresses. And honestly, I think that is probably the right move. Sonny, you might agree with me, considering the miscommunication that we had at the beginning of this case, including from Bill Thompson about whether or not the house target or individuals were. Now that we know more information what the surviving victims saw, makes me understand maybe why there was confusion about the target of these killings. I think the gag order was great. I mean, from my perspective, would it be great to be able to speak with members of law enforcement and attorneys? Sure. But in order to maintain the sanctity of this investigation, the case to be the right move. Sonny, what do you think?
I absolutely agree. The public wants all of the answers and people want all the information right now, but it is very important. Most of the time when people think about crime scene and think about these type of cases, they start at the law enforcement physical presence on the scene. But law enforcement really gets into this investigation from a point that we have discussed but haven't discussed, and that's the initial 911 call. People forget that the dispatchers are part of the law enforcement presence. So from the very time that the call was placed, that is when this investigation begins. And we have to be clear and remember that we're getting this information, but now also the defense has it. And they are going to be preparing. And it is really important to not start speaking about things, but actually to get quiet and let those that do what they do it well, because doing things fast is not as important as getting things right. And right now, it's important not for the public as much as it is for the family of Kaylee and Madison and Zaina and Ethan to know that justice is working in a process that will hopefully secure them, not justice in the sense that they will ever forget, but ensuring that whoever is guilty of this crime is no longer out and about to commit it again.
And just to reiterate something, because we're learning so much information about this, whether it was the latent shoe print, whether it was the DNA, whether it was the almost positive identification.
Making his first court appearance since he's been returned to the state of Idaho to face homicide charges in the case of the 4 Idaho University students who were stabbed to death back on November 13th. This is a look at his fresh new mugshot from the Latah County Jail there in Idaho. That's where he woke up this morning and presumably is before the judge right now. 12:30 p.m. Eastern was the time he's set to make his initial appearance, which we expect to be brief. But the court rules do not allow us to broadcast it live. They say we have to wait till the hearing concludes, and then we'll share with you the live video. In the meantime, we are digging into what was just unsealed today, folks, and that is the affidavit of probable cause in support of Bryan Kohberger's arrest. So this is everything law enforcement needed to make the arrest in the case. They're laying it out here, and this is rich with juicy details, folks. We weren't sure what we were going to get today, if this was going to be a very brief affidavit. We've seen all sorts of things in different criminal cases, but this one is quite voluminous in the way of details, 18 pages. And I want to hit the 3 big highlights we've seen so far. Cell phone records place Kohberger at the crime scene. They also show that he was possibly stalking these victims on 12 other occasions. Investigators able to glean that from the cell phone records. Number 2, there was some DNA left behind on the knife sheath's button. There was a tan knife sheath left near Madison Mogen. And on the snap of it, they were able to take a DNA sample. They went through Kohberger's parents' trash can over in Pennsylvania, did a genealogical DNA test, were able to narrow their suspect to Bryan Kohberger. Also, number 3, and this is perhaps the most chilling, disturbing, stunning detail in this affidavit, and that is one of the roommates who survived that massacre saw the killer walking out of the house. Dylan, roommate Dylan, who survived this, was unharmed. There wasn't even an attempted attack on her. She tells police that she saw a guy in black clothing and a mask, about 5'10", not real muscular, but looked kind of an athletic build and had bushy eyebrows, walked past her. And she stood in a frozen shock phase. Those are her words. Let me bring in now Court TV legal correspondent Julia Janae. She is standing by for us in Pennsylvania by phone. Julia, you've been combing through this affidavit. Tell us, please, what else is really jumping out at you?
Julie, I'm interested in what police were interested in, that we didn't know how it would play into it. We've been here in Pennsylvania looking into this defendant's educational record, his work history, the things that may have led up to his time in Washington. And I see in this probable cause affidavit that police were actually interested in his education as well. They included it in the probable cause affidavit, noting that he was not only a PhD student, but that he was also someone who had an undergraduate degree in psychology and crowd-based forensics. But get this is something I did not know. I knew that he had been a school security officer here in Pennsylvania at his alma mater, so he was actually around students, around kids. But they say in the fall of 2022, that could have been any time right around the time of his murders, that he applied for an internship with the Pullman, that's in Washington, Police Department. And that in his essay for that internship, that he said that he had an interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies on how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. This was someone who was entrenched in law enforcement, wanted to be close to crimes on the solving side. But now to be accused of this, it's still the fun one, Julie.
It certainly is, Julia. And just to kind of keep piggybacking on what you're saying here about this guy's background, his fascination with criminology, the studies he was doing currently, I'm seeing, and I want to draw your attention, please, Julia, to page 11 of the affidavit. And it says here that police were aware of that Reddit survey. This is something we've talked about. It's been widely speculated on about, was it in fact him who posted that Reddit survey? Internet searching is how police got it. He was asking for participants to provide information to, quote, understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. So this jumped out at me, Julia. I'm curious if it did you too, is like something that we thought police were going to, of course, look into that, be aware of that, and here this checks that box really for us that they were.
Right, and that they believe that it was him the way that we believe it as well. This is something that he was conducting at DeSales University when he was getting that criminal justice master's, and it was only May of last year, so about 6 months before the murders, what he wanted to talk to. We don't know who he got to talk to, but he wanted to talk to people who had committed crimes. And something that has jumped out at me in my research of that particular part of this is that he also made a note in the survey that if a person had not been arrested or incarcerated or convicted of a crime, they could still participate in the survey. He still wanted to hear from people who had gotten away with their crime. But we don't know how much that will play into the trial, whether it'll be the prosecution that will use it or the defense, because we know it's been reported but has not been confirmed that he may have asked police if anyone else was involved, but no officers have put on the record that that did in fact happen. But it's in the back of our minds, Julie.
Most certainly, Julia. Thank you so much for all of that. You're going to continue reading and analyzing all of the information in this affidavit for us. We're going to check back in with you in just a short while. We're going to squeeze in a break, folks. Bryan Kohberger in front of a judge in Latah County Court. Assuming this is happening right now, our cameras are not permitted to show it until the hearing concludes. At that time, you will see it right here on Court TV Live. Don't go away.
By one of the victims in one of the roommates in the house. I still have to go back to the cell phone towers. I think it's so fascinating that their review of the cell towers and records that Kohberger's phone did not ping in the area on November 13th between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Again, our indication based on this affidavit is that the killings happened later than we thought, towards the 4 a.m. hour. But something you would say, oh, that would be for the defense to work with. The prosecutors, they don't have cell phone evidence, but the individual, the officer who wrote this affidavit says that people can leave their cell phones or turn them off before committing a crime. And as I mentioned, that phone associated with Kohberger left his residence and was turned off at, I think if I recall, 2:47 a.m. based on this affidavit, and then was turned back on at 4:48. I say turn off, turn on. It could be a lost service. It could have been disabled from the network. Could have been turned off. But the fact that it stops working or stops processing information at 2:47 and then comes back on at 4:48, that in and of itself could be a case for the prosecutors to make. I want to keep going forward with some more questions that we have here. Joseph, I'll throw this one to you. This is from Fernanda Volcanis on YouTube. After Bryan Kohberger arrives in Idaho, which he has, what will be the police's job on the case?
Well, at that point in time, you want to keep them, secured. Obviously, that's going to be part and parcel of this. And I would imagine if they haven't done it already, they may have done this in Pennsylvania. They're going to request from him some type of biological sample, and generally that's going to consist of them doing a buccal mucosal swab or the cheek scraping. Some people refer to it as that, to collect it from the specific source. And so they're going to go back as a confirmatory at that point in time to kind of shore things up. Here's one more piece of this that we have to keep in mind. There's a whole bounty of evidence that has yet to come forward, and one of the things I'm very interested in as a forensic science guy is that car, because in my opinion, the car did not make it back to Idaho. More than likely, either working with Pennsylvania State Police or the FBI, that vehicle would have gone or has gone to an evidence processing location that has a garage, Jesse. And right now, they are taking this thing apart from stem to stern. Trust me on this. And they are going through that car because I have contended all along that this car, obviously it's going to have Kohberger's DNA in it. You would expect that to be there. But if they get in that car and they find any DNA that's associated with these poor kids that were slaughtered in that house, this is important. My contention has been is that car is a rolling crime scene in and of itself. And it has to be handled with kid gloves at this point. So they're going to take this thing apart piece by piece, and they're going to use every kind of technology that you can imagine on this thing, everything from alternative lighting, the luminol or blue star or whatever they're using. They're going to take samples from all inside of this thing. The headliners coming out, the seats are coming out, everything, the gear lever. They're going to take a look at the carpet, the substrata beneath the carpet, everything, because it doesn't matter how hard you try to clean one of these things, you are not going to escape what we're capable of doing in forensics and recovering molecular evidence.
And so much of this affidavit is based on the car. It is based on cameras capturing the car, seeing who it was registered to, seeing the movements of the car, having it track back to key locations of Bryan Kohberger. I agree with you. That could be a rolling crime scene. Obviously, my concern would be it wasn't like they picked the car up the next day. It's been out for a while. Obviously, there could be problems there. Joseph, you want to jump on that real quick?
Yeah, I agree. However, the thing about it is this: if we were thinking perhaps if this car in fact was used as a conveyance to take him back to Pullman after those alleged events that night, there's a high probability, given the intimate nature of these killings, that he would have been
Yeah.
super saturated with evidence, and that is going to transfer into the fabric, just the fabric
Yes.
alone. That's the only part I'm considering right now, not to mention all these points of contact. There's no way, there's a lot of stuff that will be kind of protected in this environment, and all it takes is to draw just a bit of DNA that's connected back to these victims. How's the defense going to explain that away? How do you explain, you might be able to do it with one person, but if you get a collection of 4 individuals that you've never met or they've never crossed paths, how do you explain that away inside the interior of that vehicle, particularly if it's evidence-rich blood evidence? That's the richest DNA that we can get.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, really, when you break it down in terms of what that car has really become one of the central focus of this case. I want to go now to you, Sonny. We have a question from Katrina McClough from Facebook. Is it possible that he intended to kill everyone in the house? Again, he's innocent until proven guilty, of course, but assuming it's him. What complicates that question is the account from DM that she came face to face with him and he walked right by her and she froze.
Yeah, well, there could have been many reasons why that happened. Maybe he realized he was short on time. He didn't have enough time. He didn't want anyone to scream. It would have caused more confusion. The fact that she didn't scream actually might have saved her life, that she didn't have the type of response that would have triggered him to continue to do something else. We don't know currently, based on the affidavit, how the individuals were killed, who was killed first. We can only speculate. So we're not sure exactly where the alleged perpetrator, and as you are always pointing out, Jesse, we're not sure. Okay, we can only speculate and say this, how this all unfolded. But having someone in custody with all of these things and all of the facts is really crucial. And as my colleague just talked about the DNA in the car, I think it's also with the FBI in Pennsylvania. I think they are really taking every single thing apart. And when there's a part of the affidavit that talked about the latent footprint, I believe.
Let me read that real quick. Let me read that to you and get it to you.
Okay.
I think that was important as well. So during the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom, which was located on the second floor. Again, DM is the roommate who said she came face to face with the person in the house. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. I throw it back to you, Sonny.
So that is where my colleague Joseph, where he talked about that DNA in the carpet and having that small, unless Brian actually removed the carpet, and then still that might not be enough. That is critical evidence that you cannot clean up, that you cannot remove, and I think that gets us closer. DM may have been saved by the fact that he might not have been running out of time, might have been out of breath, a whole lot of things could have happened that saved her. And the other roommate that we haven't talked about that was present in there, and people say, well, it took so long to call. You don't know until you're there and you're in that moment.
We have an interesting question about the actual affidavit. The question was there a camera inside or on the outside of the King Road residence that picked up whimpering and a thud? This is from Chelsea Lee Copeland. That is correct. I'm going to read this to you. At approximately 4:17 a.m., critical time when we think this was happening, a security camera located at 1112 King Road, which is a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. So that kind of answers that one for you right there. There's another question from Castillo Vane. Is the 911 phone call going to be released now? Can media get it released? Because DM not calling police right away isn't making sense. I get you scared for 8 hours later, but it is a bit confusing. Sonny, you've spoken about it. Joseph, I'll throw that question to you about the 911 phone call.
I'd be very surprised if it was. Now that this gag order is in place, that piece of evidence, and it is a piece of evidence, trust me, it's everything at this point in time. Because first off, it starts as
Okay, so Dylan did have that room on the second floor, the second bedroom. So does that mean Bethany was downstairs by herself? None of this is making sense. Why would he spare Dylan her life? Become face to face. That makes no sense. I do not get that part. There's something about Dylan. I don't know. Why would he spare her and not the others? And she wasn't even down on the first floor. She was on the second floor. Allegedly. That's crazy.
Sonny had mentioned, it starts the clock ticking as far as getting law enforcement involved. And also one other thing I want to point out, it also gives us a place in time to start relative to our forensics regarding postmortem interval. How long had these victims been deceased at that point in time? There's so much tied into that 911 call that I cannot imagine under any circumstances they would release it. This is something I think they'll protect.
I want to go to you, Sonny, because this is interesting too. In the affidavit, I mentioned them tracking the cell phone towers, the cell phone records of Brian Kohberger's phone. They wanted to see if he was stalking the victims ahead of time. And at least 12 prior occasions prior to November 13th, his phone was in the area of the residence. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours. For me, that signals premeditation and planning and why he's being charged with first-degree murder.
I absolutely agree. I noticed that, and I actually have my affidavit, a hard copy that I actually have it on that page that I was looking at it. It looks like he was stalking them, because that's a lot of contact in an area or presence in an area, one that you don't live in, and the times of day are very unique. So I think the law enforcement and the prosecution can take that information in addition to when the cell phone information is available for the individuals, for the victims in the home. Were they there at those particular times? And to see what type of correlation it was, because we don't yet know the potential relationship between the victims and the alleged perpetrator, or if there was any previous contact. It's kind of hard to say, but it looks like stalking to me based on what is going on here. And that these young ladies and this gentleman, the victims, were not completely aware or didn't have presence of mind to, really stay focused on their safety at the time. So it's probably nothing that triggered them to feel so afraid of him if they knew who he was.
So Joseph, this kind of leads into this next question we have from one and only Woody from YouTube. Do you think anyone else had anything to do with this in helping him? Because it seems you had 4 victims. Nothing in this affidavit suggests that there was another person in that house, but someone helping him before or after. Your experience, what do you think?
Well, I think that let's unpack this a little bit, because I think that we have to rely upon an earlier statement that was made by the.
And why are you wearing them, Frank? Who are you slaughtering, bro? Let me know. I got a list for you.
Considered, was he nesting somewhere in that home? Had he visited somewhere before? Had he been through closets? Had he set up a hide somewhere in there just to watch the movements where these kids would not have expected it? How familiar was he with this environment? Because we've got 4 sets of victims in 2 separate locations. And I think that we can all agree that the vigor that is required to take these lives, particularly with a sharp force weapon, we're not talking about shooting somebody, would have been quite exhausting. So was there a pause somewhere in there? And then continued on with the homicides at this point. Maybe going again to Sonny's point, when he was exiting this residence, allegedly seen by the DM person, maybe he just didn't have the energy at that point in time. This would have been an overwhelmingly exerting physical activity he would have been engaged in, just slaughtering these people. Adrenaline is up. There would have been muscle fatigue at this point. He would have been spent essentially by this point in time. So I think that they're considering all of this. A deep dive into the fiber and molecular evidence contained in that Moscow residence is going to be required, and they're going to have to look through every area of that house to see if maybe he had been there before, because they can find, in fact, touch DNA in those locations. Yeah. I'd be very curious to find out if they're going to be searching through closets, all these places where he could have hidden.
And in a way, it's really the start, right? We ended one chapter, we're beginning another, and these are the questions that we're seeing. Joseph, Sonny, thank you so much for coming on, spending the last hour with me as we break down this probable cause affidavit and new details in real time. We're going to continue to cover this case. We're going to continue to provide updates on the hearing that's happening in Idaho. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. Michelle Yu is up next. We'll be back.
Everybody's going on break at the same time.
Was arrested last Friday in the murders. To start the show, I want to give you some of the most important information from that probable cause affidavit. The roommates with the initials DM and BF stated occupants of the home were home by 2 a.m. and asleep or in their rooms by 4 a.m. Now, Kernodle, one of the victims, received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. DM stated that she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the 2nd floor. She was awoken at 4 a.m. Now, she, though, thought that Goncalves, one of the other victims, was playing with her dog. Then a short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Goncalves say something to the effect that there's someone here. Now, DM then thought she heard crying. She heard a male voice saying something like, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." And I will stop there and briefly introduce to you my legal panel with me today to discuss all this and break it all down. Trial attorney Catherine Smith and criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Matthew Mangino are here. Thank you both so much for joining us and breaking down this case. And I'll start with you, Catherine. There's so much more new information coming in right now. What draws your attention the most, especially with this new surviving roommate?
There's just a treasure trove of information, Michelle.
I'm going to jump back over to Court TV because they're back. Here we go.
Just made his first court appearance in Latah County, Idaho, to face homicide charges for the brutal stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. Welcome to this hour of Court TV Live. I'm your midday host, Julie Grant. Our camera crew was there for it all. We were able to film things, but according to the court rules, we weren't able to broadcast anything live. They're allowing us to show it all to you at the hearing's conclusion. So as soon as we get that video back in our system, we're going to share it with you live here. We're also going to talk to correspondent Chanley Painter, who's been inside the courtroom. We're going to find out if family members of those victims, Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, those 4 beautiful young people who lost their lives in such a brutal way back in November of 2022.
Hey, BJ. Hey, what's up?
Of course, they're seeking justice, and this may be the first time they were coming face to face with Bryan Kohberger. the man that police are accusing of carrying out these brutal crimes. Kohberger is 28 years old and a PhD student. He was studying criminology about 15 minutes away from where these kids lived in Moscow, Idaho. He was studying at Washington State. This is his mugshot from this morning. There you see him waking up in the Latah County Jail. Here's what we're doing. We are digging into the affidavit of probable cause. This thing is rich with details. Let me tell you, folks, and we've assembled a power panel to go through it all and hit every aspect of it, the law enforcement aspect, the forensic pathology aspect, and of course, the mental aspect. Who could do such a thing? Let me bring in my guest now in the studio with me, retired DEA Special Agent Ted Golden, standing by remotely. We have triple board certified pathologist Dr. Peter Cummings and forensic psychologist Dr. John Delatorre. Great to have all of you gentlemen here. Agent Golden, let me start with you, please. There were some things that you predicted. You've been on the show many times talking about this and how they were going to get their suspect. One of them, the cell phone records, the digital footprint. Your thoughts?
It's the biggest telltale there is when it comes to committing a crime, especially when you're in proximity of other people's phones. The ability to be able to locate, pinpoint someone's phone where they are within 20 feet now is something you just can't get away from. And it's a telltale sign. It usually ends up catching people, especially when they're committing these kinds of activities.
Right. Dr. Peter Cummings, you are triple board certified in forensic pathology, anatomic pathology, neuropathology. You are published. And I want to pick your brain about the forensic pathology aspects of this. We don't have much information on anything gleaned at autopsy here. We just have some details that police have shared about coming upon the bodies of those young people. But a couple things stood out that I wanted to ask you about, please. The officers observed that Xana Kernodle was found with wounds that they say appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. And then we see next to Madison Mogen, on the right side of her, there was a leather knife sheath left laying on the bed. And on the snap of that sheath, they were able to extract some DNA. The sheath had language on it. You could see it was a U.S. Marine Corps in anchor insignia, stamped on the outside of it, and had the letters, KA-BAR. I remember talking with you, Dr. Pete, about this, and when
This case is just so fucking heartbreaking and crazy.
a knife caused these wounds. There's no way they could know that at autopsy. And now when I saw this, I thought of you immediately. I thought, now they know why it's military style because of what was stamped on that case. Doc, your thoughts, please.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's a conversation you and I have been having since this all happened. Is they're looking for what's called a fixed back knife, which means the blade is in the handle, opposed to a knife you can
Hey,
open up like
wacky tacky, wacky tacky, hey,
That's
love.
very specific, and that's not something you can really get from an autopsy. So my question had been to you is, how do we know that information, and where does that come from? And now we know, and from the details of that case, that the knife would have to be placed in, if you put like attach it to your belt or something like that, is very specific. It has the United States Marine Corps symbol on it, so you can be very sure that's a fixed back knife. That didn't come from the autopsy; it came from the current crime scene processing. And when you see a sharp force injury in an autopsy, they put it together and said, we have a sharp force injury, we have a knife case, we're looking for a military style knife. So it was, I think, a piece of information that probably didn't want to make public. It would have been something I would sneakily go along to different stores and look around and ask about, but certainly a very important piece of evidence.
Definitely, Dr. Pete. In another follow-up on that, when I see the language they use, they talk about Xana Kernodle's injuries caused by an edged weapon, and Ethan Chapin's appeared to be caused by a sharp force injuries. I'm quoting the language directly. What's the distinction, please, Dr. Pete?
Sure. It could be a couple different things. And sometimes it's very difficult in an autopsy to make this determination. When you look at the blade of a knife, it can either have a double edge where both sides are sharp, or a single edge where only one side is sharp. Like, think of your typical kind of knife in the silverware drawer has only got one edge on it, where you might have some more intricate knives that have edges on both sides, so both sides can cut. When I hear edged weapon, it's telling me that there's only a single sharp edge here. So one of the wounds would have had a very nice kind of detailed flat edge with a triangle, almost like a pie piece shape to it, which would have been a pretty good indicator that you're talking about a single-edged weapon. If you had had a double-edged weapon, it would have looked more like a diamond-shaped type wound. That you would be able to say this is probably a double edge. Sometimes you can't tell, sometimes you can tell, and here you have a sharp instrument that caused wounds that's edged, which means I have one sharp edge to that surface.
This is really fascinating stuff, Dr. Pete. Thank you for sharing that. Dr. John Delatorre, I've got questions for you coming up, but we're just getting word that we have that video back right now from Bryan Kohberger's hearing. Let's watch.
Our witnesses called against you. Call witnesses on your own behalf and compel witnesses to be present and testify at the state's expense. You have the right to be represented by a lawyer. If you cannot afford one, one could be appointed to represent you based upon your financial needs. You also have the right to appeal any conviction in your case. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
I am now going to go over the criminal complaint with you. Count 1 of the criminal complaint.
Hey, BJ, they said the dog barked. Like what we've been watching, they said the dog was barking. Dylan, the surviving roommate, she was on the second floor in the second bedroom there. And Xana had the other bedroom. See, they never told all that. They said that both Bethany and Dylan was downstairs and didn't hear nothing. So why was Dylan spared her life and the others murdered? I'm not understanding that. I don't know if the dog was bloody or not, but the dog did bark. We did hear that. But that's really about all we know.
Charges you with the felony offense of burglary. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder in violation of Idaho Code 18-1401 and 1403. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is not less than 1 year in prison, no more than 10 years in prison, and or a $50,000 fine or both. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Koberger, on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 3 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonsalves, a human being, by stabbing Kaylee Gonsalves, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 4 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing Xana Kernodle, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 5 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Ethan Chapin, from which he died, in violation of Idaho Codes 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. And again, the maximum penalty for this offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
And Mr. Koberger, would you like to represent yourself, hire a lawyer, or see if you qualify for court-appointed counsel?
I have court-appointed counsel.
Court has reviewed your application for attorney at public expense. I do find that you are indigent and do qualify for court-appointed counsel. I will appoint Ms. Taylor to represent you in this case. Ms. Taylor, have you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Koberger about speedy preliminary hearing and setting this matter?
Your Honor, I have. We would ask the court to set the status hearing in a week or two to make a final determination.
Okay. And Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, are you in agreement with that?
That's fine with the state, Your Honor.
I will go ahead and set this matter for a status hearing then on the calendar on January 12th at 10 o'clock a.m. We will make sure notice is sent. And then, Ms. Taylor, do you wish to argue bail at this time?
Your Honor, I would like to ask the court to consider setting a bond. Mr. Koberger right now is on a no bond hold. But it's a limited request as I don't have enough information. We are new to the case. We haven't reviewed very much in the way of information about the case, and we have just begun our own work on the case. But we would want the court to know that Mr. Koberger has a good family that stands behind him.
And Mr. Thompson.
You know, the state's position is that Mr. Koberger is not entitled to bond in this case. He can take criminal charges, as is noted on the arrest warrant itself. Item code 19-816, 19-2903 both specify that given the potential penalties in this case, there's no right to bail. The defendant was arrested 3,000 miles away across the country, where his family is. We ask that he remain in custody. No bail.
At this point in time, pursuant to Idaho Criminal 46B and Idaho Code 19-816 and 2903, I am going to leave the bail set at this case as no bail at this point in time until I have additional or further information at a later date and time. So with that, then Mr. Koberger, you will be remanded in custody and remain in custody on the no bail pending further proceedings in this matter. Is there anything further in the case then for today?
Hey, Gail. Hey, love. How are you today? I hope you're fantastic. I love you, Gail.
For various family members deceased and also to surviving roommates, I've spoken briefly with Ms. Taylor. She indicated there's no objection.
Ms. Taylor, is that correct?
That is correct.
So I will go ahead and issue those no contact orders. So I do have a no contact order then for the named individual of Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, as well as the family members and Mr. Chapin, the family members of Ms. Kernodle, excuse me, yes, Mr. and Ms. Laramie, Mr. Mogan, Ms. Cheeley, and then a number of members of the Gonsalves family. Those specific names will certainly be provided to you, Mr. Koberger, by way of being provided notice of these documents. You'll get a copy of these no contact orders. What you do need to be advised of and what will be in this no contact order is you are prohibited from having any contact with them whatsoever. You cannot contact them through third person in writing or by any electronic means. You cannot Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, use the phone to communicate with them or otherwise any form of communication in direct or indirectly with them. You cannot engage in any conduct that would harass, stop, threaten, use, attempt to use, or threaten to use any physical force or violence upon them, or place them in reasonable fear of bodily injury. Cannot go within or knowingly remain within 300 feet of their person or their home, workplace, or any other place where they might be. There are no exceptions to these orders. And if you do violate these orders, it is a new misdemeanor offense. It is punishable by up to a year in jail and or a $1,000 fine or both. At this point in time, due to being in the magistrate's division here, at this juncture, I am going to issue the no contact orders for a period of 2 years. And then if it needs to be modified or changed by additional judge, it can be done so at that time. Is there anything further, Mr. Thompson? Anything further, Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We are adjourned.
And with that, Brian Kohberger's first court appearance in Latah County, Idaho concludes. This guy's going to go back to jail and be held without any bail. So he's going to sit in jail until this case proceeds to the juncture of trial, or if we have some kind of a plea take place prior to then. The next court date, January the 12th, 10 a.m. He's going to be back in court. A status conference is just basically a way for the attorneys to go before the judge, let them know what's going on with the case. Everybody kind of convenes. Where are we? What's next in the proceedings? Because this one is so high profile, can see why they'd want to do this quickly. And at that hearing, we'll see what's next. We'll see how the state is going to be proceeding here. Remember, this one is eligible to be pursued as a death penalty case. The state would, of course, have to file that notice. And Kohberger's got his attorney. We saw the appointment take place there as well. I want to bring in now Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter. She was in the courtroom watching everything unfolding. Chanley, we're so anxious to hear about who was in the gallery. If you saw the family members, tell us everything, if you would, please.
Kohberger to the crime, as well as all the cell phone records. One of the roommates woke up during the attack, heard screaming, and saw someone in a mask.
This is Brian Enton live on Twitter.
Really fast on my phone while I was waiting to go into court, so I'm about to go print it out now and go through it word by word. But that's pretty much the update for now. We'll get the
thank you, Frank, for sending this to me. I really appreciate you a lot. I hope you know that.
Basically, he just answered yes to the judge. I saw the sheriff when I was walking out. He said so far everything is normal in the jail with him. I asked him about the vegan diet because in Pennsylvania, you know, they had to give him vegan food, and the judge said that they're going to, I mean, not the judge, the sheriff told me they're going to try to do that here too. He's like, we're not going to get new pots and pans for the kitchen, but I did tell the kitchen staff, you know, to buy vegan food. It's a really small jail. It's just under the courthouse, not a lot of inmates. So, you know, they're trying to figure out how to deal with the situation too. So, all right, guys, I'm going to get off here. We'll try to get the video up from the hearing soon. Bye. They're trying to figure out how to deal with the situation too. So, all right, guys, I'm going to get off here. We'll try to get the video up from the hearing soon. Bye.
My name's Shannon Gray. I'm the attorney for the Gonzalez family. We're not going to be taking any questions at all. It's obviously an emotional time for the family, seeing the defendant for the first time. This is the beginning of the criminal justice system, and the family will be here for the long haul. And that's the statement for the media today. Thank you.
How are you feeling? Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I asked for that's a big long.
All right, it's a pretty short statement. Sorry, no, just watch your cord. Sorry. So we're expecting to get the video from the court hearing soon, and we'll post it. We weren't allowed to put it out live. That was the court rules. So we'll have the video. It was pretty quick. I tweeted kind of the main details. No bond. Kohberger's attorney asked for a bond, and the judge denied it. Prosecutor said, look, we don't want a bond. You know, we found him 3,000 miles away on the other side of the country. He's going to have another hearing, status hearing, in 1 week, and that's when they'll talk about the preliminary hearing. And that was pretty much it. They read the charges. The families were in the front row. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold up. I don't know why everybody's running down here. Oh, it's just the family leaving. I'm not going to chase them. Sorry, what was I saying? Status hearing in a week. That's when they'll discuss the preliminary hearing. At the preliminary hearing, I don't know why people are chasing the family. At the preliminary hearing is when they'll make a plea. He'll make a plea of guilty or not guilty. So that's kind of the latest. Yeah, that's just the family leaving down there. I don't know why they're chasing the family like that. But. So I tweeted out the probable cause affidavit, and 19 pages, really detailed. DNA evidence connected Kohberger to the crime, as well as all the cell phone records. One of the roommates woke up during the attack, heard screaming, and saw someone in a mask. So definitely.
Frank, is this just a clickbait that he done? Are we going to hear from the family, or if not, I'm going to go back to Law and Crime and see what they're talking about.
We'll get the video of the hearing out pretty soon, but he was in a red jumpsuit. Basically, he just answered yes to the judge. I saw the sheriff when I was walking out. He said, so far, everything is normal in the jail with him. I asked him about the vegan diet because in Pennsylvania, you know, they had to give him vegan food. And the judge said that they're going to, I mean, not the judge, the sheriff told me they're going to try to do that here too. He's like, we're not going to get like.
Okay, that's clickbait, Brian Anthony, you sucker.
Someone here. Now, Diem then thought she heard crying. She heard a male voice saying something like, it's okay, I'm going to help you. And I will stop there and briefly introduce to you my legal panel with me today to discuss all this and break it all down. Trial attorney Catherine Smith and criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Matthew Mangino are here. Thank you both so much for joining us and breaking down this case. And I'll start with you, Catherine. There's so much more new information coming in right now. What draws your attention the most, especially with this new surviving roommate?
There's just a treasure trove of information, Michelle. We have not only forensic information, but we have so much information from these witnesses that corroborate really the identification of the suspect, or now the soon-to-be criminal defendant. In fact, some of the specific identifying information, his eyebrows, there were things that really one after another point very definitively at this defendant.
Well, that's exactly right, Catherine. The eyebrows. I mean, when they asked this, when the surviving roommate discussed, the description of the suspect, she said about 5'10", 6 foot is apparently what's on his driver's license, and the bushy eyebrows. That is what is making a match here between the witness and what we're hearing. Matt, what do you think?
Well, I was surprised, Michelle, really by the detail in this affidavit of probable cause. As you look through it, 16 pages in length. As a former prosecutor, I always believed that less was more. Certainly, you have to establish.
Matt, I'm going to interrupt you real quick because I'm getting word now that we're going to go into that hearing and see the latest right now. So let's check this out.
All right.
We're on the record in the Second Judicial District, Latah County. This is the Magistrate's Division of District Court. This is State of Idaho versus Brian C. Kohlberger, cause number CR 29222805. Mr. Kohlberger is present in court. He is in custody. He's appearing with his attorney, Ms. Taylor. Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings on behalf of the state. This is the time set and matter for initial appearance. Mr. Kohlberger, I am going to advise you of the rights that you have in this case. I am going to go over the criminal complaint with you, and then we're going to discuss setting the matter for further hearing. You have the following rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to the presumption of innocence. That means the state bears the burden to prove that you are guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing is a probable cause hearing. At that hearing, the state must establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed, and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. You have a right to have that hearing within 14 days if you remain in custody. If you are bound over at that preliminary hearing to district court, if the court finds probable cause, you would be bound over to district court. And at that time, you can enter a plea of not guilty, and you can have a jury trial set within 6 months of your appearance in district court. At both your preliminary hearing and your jury trial, you have the right to confront and question any evidence or witnesses called against you. Call witnesses on your own behalf, and compel witnesses to be present and testify at the state's expense. You have the right to be represented by a lawyer. If you cannot afford one could be appointed to represent you based upon your financial needs. You also have the right to appeal any conviction in your case. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
I am now going to go over the criminal complaint with you. Count 1 of the criminal complaint charges you with the felony offense of burglary. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Kohlberger, on or about November 13th of 2022, in Latah County, State of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder, in violation of Idaho Code 18-1401 and 1403. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is not less than 1 year in prison, no more than 10 years in prison, and or a $50,000 fine or both. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Kohlberger, on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, State of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 3 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Kohlberger, on or about November 13th of 2022, in Latah County, State of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonsalves, a human being, by stabbing Kaylee Gonsalves from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 4 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Kohlberger, on or about November 13th of 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing Xana Kernodle from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 5 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Kohlberger, on or about November 13th of 2022, in Latah County, State of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Ethan Chapin from which he died, in violation of Idaho Codes 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. And again, the maximum penalty for this offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
And Mr. Kohlberger, would you like to represent yourself, hire a lawyer, or see if you qualify for court-appointed counsel?
I have court-appointed counsel.
Court has reviewed your application for attorney at public expense. I do find that you are indigent and do qualify for court-appointed counsel. I will appoint Ms. Taylor to represent you in this case. Ms. Taylor, have you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Kohlberger about speedy preliminary hearing and setting this matter?
Your Honor, I have. We would ask the court to set the status hearing in a week or two to make a final determination.
Okay. And Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, are you agreeing with that?
That's fine to say, Your Honor.
I will go ahead and set this matter for a status hearing then on the calendar on January 12th at 10 o'clock a.m. We will make sure notice is sent, and then Ms. Taylor, do you wish to argue bail at this time?
Your Honor, I would like to ask the court to consider setting a bond. Mr. Kohlberger right now is under bond hold, but it's a limited request as I don't have enough information. We are new to the case. We have reviewed very much in the way of information about the case, and we have just done our own work on the case. But we would want the court to know that Mr. Kohlberger has a good man that stands talking.
And Mr. Thompson.
The state's position is Mr. Kohlberger is not qualified, is not entitled to bond in the state. The charges, as is noted on the arrest notice itself. Article 19-816, 19-2903 both specify that given the penalty of the state, there's no right bail. Defendant was arrested about 3,000 miles away across the country. There's that penalty has to be remained in custody.
At this point in time, pursuant to Idaho Criminal Law 46B and Idaho Code 19-816 and 2903, I am going to leave the bail set of this case as no bail at this point in time until I have additional and further information at a later date and time. So with that, then Mr. Koberger, you will be remanded to custody and remain in custody on the no bail pending further proceedings in this matter. Is there anything further in the case then for today, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, sir. The state is asking for the contact orders for various family members of deceased and all those providing roommates and supposed to briefly the state of County.
And Taylor, is that correct?
That is correct.
So I will go ahead and issue those no contact orders. So I do have a no contact order then for the named individual of Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, as well as the family members and Mr. Chapin, the family members of Ms. Kernodle, excuse me, Mr. and Ms. Laramie, Mr. Mogan, Ms. Cheeley, and then a number of members of the Gonzalez family. Those specific names will certainly be provided to you, Mr. Koberger, by way of being provided notice of these documents. You'll get a copy of these no contact orders. What you do need to be advised of and what will be in this no contact order is you are prohibited from having any contact with them whatsoever. You cannot contact them through a third person in writing, providing electronic means. You cannot Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, use the phone to communicate with them or otherwise any form of communication in direct or indirectly with them. You cannot engage in any conduct that would harass, stalk, threaten, use, attempt to use, or threaten using physical force or violence upon them, or place them in reasonable fear of bodily injury. You cannot go within or knowingly remain within 300 feet of their person or their home, workplace, or any other place where they might be. There are no exceptions to these orders, and if you do violate these orders, it is a new misdemeanor offense. It is punishable by up to a year in jail and or a $1,000 fine or hold. At this point in time, due to being in the magistrate's division here, at this juncture, I am going to issue the no contact orders for a period of 2 years, and then if it needs to be modified or changed by additional judge, it can be done so at that time. Is there anything further, Mr. Thompson? Anything further, Ms. Taylor? All right, thank you. We are adjourned.
All right, there you have it. Your first look at Bryan Kohberger making his first court appearance in Idaho there. And there's a lot to absorb here. And Matt, I'm going to start with you there. We saw him in court looking cool as a cucumber, not looking at all remorseful.
Well, no, he was calm. He was, sort of under control, not expressing any emotion. I wouldn't expect that a preliminary arraignment, the defendant would necessarily be emotional. He's had an opportunity to consult with counsel, and certainly counsel doesn't want him to express any sort of emotions or any sort of outward manifestations of what he's thinking or how he's reacting. So this is really the very first step in this process when he's alerted as to the charges against him, and there will be a status conference, but ultimately a preliminary hearing, at which time the state of Idaho will have to provide probable cause, more likely than not, that a crime has been committed. And we know a crime has been committed, but that he, in all likelihood, is the person who committed that crime.
Yeah, and in case you're just joining us here, a big day in this case involving Bryan Kohberger. The affidavit was released earlier. We're going to get into that later. And of course, you just saw the hearing, his first court appearance that happened a little earlier this afternoon. We're going to talk more about this case in a moment. We have to take a quick break, but more to come here on this Idaho case. We'll be right back.
Guess they're on break for a minute. So what's up? Gotta get me a pop. Let's see here. Well, I'm behind on it really because I went behind, so we can watch it still. Oh, what? How?
And welcome back. We are focusing on the University of Idaho murder case today as defendant Bryan Kohberger had his first official court appearance earlier. Now, the 28-year-old Washington State grad student was arrested last Friday and accused of killing the 4 University of Idaho students. We are reading some of the most important aspects of the probable cause affidavit here. At approximately...
I have it on 2 times speed. Is that too fast for y'all?
A dog can also be heard barking numerous times at 4:17 a.m. A camera outside is less than 50 feet from Kernodle's home. Kernodle's one of the victims. And welcome back. We are focusing on the University of Idaho murder case today as defendant Bryan Kohberger had his first official court appearance earlier. Now, the 28-year-old Washington State grad student was arrested last Friday and accused of killing the 4 University of Idaho students. We are reading some of the most important aspects of the probable cause affidavit here. At approximately 4:17 a.m., security camera at a residence northwest of the home picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times at 4:17 a.m. A camera outside is less than 50 feet from Kernodle's home. Kernodle, one of the victims. DM, who was one of the surviving roommates, stated she opened her door a third time after she heard crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. She described him as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletic, and had bushy eyebrows. Now, DM stated the masked male walked past her. She stood in, quote, frozen shock phase, end quote.
Hold on just a second. You might hear my washer and dryer in the background, but hold on. I want to go back on what she's talking about right here when she's talking about Dylan. Dylan's the one I'm interested in. Because it says something about covering the mouth and nose, and I'm going to slow it down there, just that part. Or listen. Let's see here. Let me get to where she's talking about it, and I'm going to slow it down, so be prepared.
University of Idaho murder case today as defendant Bryan Kohberger had his first official court appearance earlier. Now, the 28-year-old Washington State grad student was arrested last Friday and accused of killing the 4 University of Idaho students. We are reading some of the most important aspects of the probable cause affidavit here. At approximately 4:17 a.m., security camera at a residence northwest of the home picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by
This is going to be in slow-mo.
And welcome back. We are focusing on the University of Idaho murder case today as defendant Bryan Kohberger had his first official court appearance earlier. Now, the 28-year-old Washington State grad student was arrested last Friday and accused of killing the 4 University of Idaho students. We are reading some of the most important aspects of the probable cause affidavit here. At approximately 4:17 a.m., security camera at a residence northwest of the home picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times at 4:17 a.m. A camera outside is less than 50 feet from Kernodle's home. Kernodle's one of the victims. DM, who was one of the surviving roommates, stated she opened her door a third time after she heard crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. She described him as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletic, and had bushy eyebrows. Now, DM stated the masked male walked past her. She stood in, quote, frozen shock phase, end quote. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room, and investigators believe the murderer left the scene. Now, review of multiple videos obtained showed multiple sightings of the suspect vehicle starting at around 3:29 and ending at 4:20 a.m. And with that, I want to bring back my legal panel to discuss all these new developments. Katie, we talked about and touched upon this DM, one of the surviving roommates. Very important information we are receiving here, but so many questions as well as we are learning so much more information. A lot of questions. One of the questions people are asking.
We're on it, ain't we, Frank? We on it now. Y'all watch out. Here comes Cotton and Frank. We own the news now. We own it. Yes, thank you, Frank. I love you.
especially one of great fear, to act in the manner that they did. I don't think that that in any way implicates this person. I mean, certainly we don't have any evidence of that. And I try not to, from a legal and also a personal perspective, judge how people act within the context of trauma. Who knows what had gone on at that place before, or what she thought may have been consensual activity, or maybe she was just way too afraid and was in denial. But I don't think any of this points to certainly her involvement.
Well, not her involvement, but Matt, you were speaking before you were interrupted when we went into the hearing about the match here, talking about the description of the suspect, which is about 5'10", 6 foot, not athletic, but not muscular rather, but he had bushy eyebrows, which is something that we see Bryan Kohberger has. When you put these two together, what does that make you think?
Well, I think that it certainly explains why he became a suspect in this case as the pieces began to fall together. I mean, having an identification of an unknown male in your apartment the night of these murders is extremely important. Obviously, that's the person who's responsible for these killings, or some of these killings. The interesting thing to me is, she says that she froze there and he walked by her. Now, this was a defendant allegedly who killed 4 people. Did he not notice her? Would he not? Why would he leave her behind if he saw her, if he walked past her during these early morning hours? I mean, there are so many questions here as we begin to analyze the evidence in this case. And clearly, they provided an abundance of evidence. This affidavit of probable cause is 16 pages long. That's unusual. As a prosecutor in the past, I would want an affidavit of probable cause to be very concise and to limit the information that I made available in that. Only enough for probable cause to get a warrant, and only enough evidence at the preliminary hearing to get that case filed in trial. Here we have kind of a treasure trove of evidence that was used to point the finger at this defendant.
It was indeed a very lengthy affidavit. And let's continue on some of the important aspects of the affidavit here. Suspect vehicle is seen departing the area of the residence approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate speed. And officers provided video footage of a vehicle to forensic examiners at FBI. After review, the forensic examiner initially believed the vehicle was a 2011-2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, said it was also could be 2011 to 2016. Now, investigators were given access to video footage on the WSU campus in Pullman.
Who wore it better, Tiger King or Jaundice?
David, all right, we're going to break this more down in a moment. We're going to take a quick break.
Shit, I didn't even know it was deleted. Hey, Squid. What's up, bro? How are you? I ain't seen you in a while. Hope you're okay. Unique. Hey, everybody. You're on break right now anyway. I had it on mute. Oh, well, it's the same. I love this channel, though. They're pretty awesome. So go sub up Law and Crime Network. They're a good channel for true crime if you like. Of course, you like it or you probably wouldn't be here. Let's see here. Thank everybody for the new memberships and the super chats. I really appreciate it. I do. I really do. Let's speed it up a little bit here and get to business. I got it behind, that way I can speed it up and fair use it. You know what I mean? Because you can fight at the end if you get struck.
That is in this affidavit. And I'm going to bring in my legal panel of Katie Smith and Matt Mangino here. The knife sheath was found in that Idaho house, and it had his DNA. And what they did was they went to the father's house of Bryan Kohberger, rummaged through his garbage, and matched that DNA to him. That is the link here. Matt, when you see this.
Unique Trauma, yes, they've released quite a bit, in my opinion.
As I understand it, there was a DNA profile taken from the button or the snap of the sheet. And then that DNA was later matched with DNA that was retrieved from the garbage at the suspect's father's home in Pennsylvania. You know, my question would be, obviously, if I put my defense hat on, is what type of DNA was this? Was this blood? Was it touch DNA? This sheath, how large was this sheath? Does this sheath, was it able to carry a knife that was big enough to do the type of damage that was done to these individuals? And then it sort of begs the question, if it's not, was there some contact or relationship between the defendant and these victims, or one of these victims? I mean, so to me, this opens up a lot of questions. You know, it's a small part of this affidavit. At the very beginning of the affidavit, it talks about the sheet. At the very end, it talks about the garbage. But when in the totality of this affidavit of probable cause, it takes up very little space of the 16 pages of evidence that's been presented.
Well, Katie, where does this knife sheath DNA rank among evidence?
That's a very important point that you just brought up. This is not really a marquee element of this PC affidavit. This is sort of a sliding mention, which shows us why they double down on other information. It's because it's not the smoking gun. It certainly is very helpful, but any criminal defense attorney worth their salt could poke holes in this from now till Sunday, establishing that there was...
Yes, Squid, because that's the button you press to button it to the case. So maybe a good old fingerprint off of it or something, maybe, because that's, you know what I mean?
Now, Bryan Kohberger made his first court appearance today in Idaho, and we're going to show you that right now.
We've watched all this, but could you imagine how he felt when he realized that he left that sheath behind? Could you imagine how he felt at that moment? Because, you know, during the moment of it, he probably didn't even think about that damn sheath until he got out of the house. Because, you know, he probably would have went back and got it. All this talking is stuff hold on, I'll play it for the ones that haven't heard it. This is the court hearing here. I'll watch it. Hold on just a sec. I'll fix it for us.
Oh, we got it. You guys. All right.
Please be seated.
Oh, BJ, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I try.
Division of District Court. This is State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger, cause number CR 29222805. Mr. Kohberger is present in court. He is in custody. He is appearing with his attorney, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, on behalf of the state. This is the time set in the matter for initial appearance. Mr. Kohberger, I am going to advise you of the rights that you have in this case. I am going to go over the criminal complaint with you, and we're going to discuss setting the matter for further hearing. You have the following rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to the presumption of innocence. That means the state bears the burden to prove that you are guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing is a probable cause hearing. At that hearing, the state must establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed, and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. You have a right to have that hearing within 14 days if you remain in custody. If you are bound over at that preliminary hearing to district court, if the court finds probable cause, you would be bound over to district court. And at that time, you can enter a plea of not guilty, and you can have a jury trial set within 6 months of your appearance in district court. At both your preliminary hearing and your jury trial, you have the right to confront and question any evidence or witnesses called against you. Call witnesses on your own behalf, and compel witnesses to be present and testify at the state's expense. You have the right to be represented by a lawyer. If you cannot afford one could be appointed to represent you based upon your financial need. You also have the right to appeal any conviction in your case. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
I am now going to go over the criminal complaint with you. Count 1 of the criminal complaint charges you with the felony offense of burglary. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022, in Lake County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder in violation of Idaho Code 18-1401 and 1403. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is not less than 1 year in prison, no more than 10 years in prison, and or a $50,000 fine or both. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 3 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonsalves, a human being, by stabbing Kaylee Gonsalves, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 4 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing Xana Kernodle, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 5 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Ethan Chapin, from which he died, in violation of Idaho Codes 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. And again, the maximum penalty for this offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
And Mr. Koberger, would you like to represent yourself, hire a lawyer, or see if you qualify for court-appointed counsel?
I have court-appointed counsel.
Court has reviewed your application for attorney at public expense. I do find that you are indigent and do qualify for court-appointed counsel. I will appoint Ms. Taylor to represent you in this case. Ms. Taylor, have you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Koberger about speeding preliminary hearing and setting this matter?
Your Honor, I have. We would ask the court to set the status hearing in a week or two to make a final determination.
Okay. And Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, are you in agreement with that?
That sounds to say, Your Honor.
I will go ahead and set this matter for a status hearing then on the calendar on January 12th at 10 o'clock a.m. We will make sure notice is sent, and then, Ms. Taylor, do you wish to argue bail at this time?
Your Honor, I would like to ask the court to consider setting a bond. Mr. Koberger right now is on a no bond hold, but it's a limited request as I don't have enough information. We are new to the case. We haven't reviewed very much in the way of information about the case, and we have just done our own work on the case. But we would want the court to know that Mr. Koberger has a good family that stands by him.
And Mr. Thompson?
No, the state's position is Mr. Koberger is not entitled to bond in this case because the charges, as is noted on the arrest warrant itself. Under Code 19-816-19-2903, both specify that given the potential penalties in this case, there's no right to bail. The defendant was arrested 3,000 miles away across the country, where it's happened to be asked that he remain in custody.
At this point in time, pursuant to Idaho Criminal 46B and Idaho Code 19-816 and 2903, I am going to leave the bail set at this case as no bail at this point in time until I have additional and further information at a later date and time. So with that, then Mr. Koberger, you will be remanded to custody and remain in custody on the no bail pending further proceedings in this matter. Is there anything further in the case then for today, Mr. Thompson?
Commissioner, the state was asking for no contact orders for various family members deceased and also for surviving roommates. And so briefly, Ms. Taylor, she indicated there's no objection.
Ms. Taylor, is that correct?
That is correct.
So I will go ahead and issue those no contact orders. So I do have a no contact order then for the name.
Okay, let me pause this a second. I was going to let it play out and then talk about it. Elizabeth, look, he came face to face. Him and Dylan came face to face with each other. Dylan, it was said Dylan's bedroom was on the second floor. So her and Xana stayed on the second floor. She came in contact with Brian, and she went in her room and locked the door. Come on. I don't know. Something just fishy about that. And the dog did bark. The sheath was found next to Maddie. Maddie and Kaylee were found in Maddie's bed. The sheath of the KNIFE. I don't want to say it and get my channel messed up, but yeah. But Dylan, she's always from day one, she has been the one that I just could not shake off. There's something about her. And she came face to face with him and he saved her life. Why? Why? That's a witness. You know, that would be one that I would definitely take out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not buying it. Yeah, Tiff, it don't make sense, does it? Yeah, I want to know the motive. You know, I don't even know if there will be a motive because he wanted to be infamous. That's what serial killers and stuff like that, mass murderers, they want to be infamous, not famous, infamous. They want to be known for what they, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Him studying criminal stuff and all that, you know. Yeah, Elizabeth, why didn't he kill her? It's in the affidavit that she came face to face with him. And this was at like 4:00. This was after Kaylee and Maddie was trying to get a hold of Jack or Jake. Jack, you remember when they and trying to get a hold of him? Does somebody know what time that was again? The times they were texting him? I can't remember. I know it was in the 3:00 area, a.m. You think so? I think he was on his way out whenever he came in contact with Dylan, maybe. And he's like, fuck it. He just kept going. You know what I'm saying? Avoid less contact you can. Just keep going. He had a mask on, like a COVID mask. You know, I don't know. Famous beyond famous. Yeah, he wanted to be infamous. I think he studied several serial killers. I think he studied mass murderers. And he wanted to make his own signature murder. And there was something connecting him to this house or these girls. Because Xana and Maddie worked at the Mad Greek, the vegan restaurant. That might be the connection. They said that Xana, whenever the first responders, paramedics, whatever, got there to the house, that Xana was the first one they found. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. I don't think I have an accent. I just think I'm normal. Right, Tiff, they did. They said the roommates was downstairs. They didn't hear nothing. Also, why did they wait so long to call paramedics? Why did they wait to 12 o'clock lunchtime? Why? Why did they wait so long to call? Because I tell you what, if I seen somebody like that, or I heard my friend crying, the death cry, or anything, I'm calling fucking 911. And I think that might be what Kaylee and Maddie was trying to do, get out of Jack, because they heard downstairs, and then he killed them. That's probably around the time they died, right after they quit trying to get a hold of Jack. $3:12 a.m. Yeah, I mean, but it was like 4 o'clock-ish. They're determining whenever he was at the house. It's all weird, Tiff. I don't get it. Okay, I'm gonna let this play again. Then I'll come back and talk when it's over. Thank y'all for being here. I love y'all.
Named individual of Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, as well as the family members and Mr. Chapin, the family members of Ms. Kernodle, Mr. and Ms. Laramie.
So that was indeed the much anticipated first court appearance by Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger. And you heard from the judge, there is no bail for him. And it's been a big day for this case, as a long affidavit with new bombshell details were also dropped. When we come back, our very own Anjanette.
Unique. I agree. Not really Bethany. It's been Dylan. And I'm not saying she's involved in the murder, but like I said, she knew more, and I knew she knew more. She did. And it come out, and she even knows there's even more on her. I guarantee it. Why did he save her life and not the others? Why?
And our very own Anjanette Levy was there for the whole thing, and we have her here now. Thank you so much for coming on with us, Anjanette. What is the latest that you can tell us?
Well, Michelle, this was a very brief hearing, somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes. And of course, we expected it to be brief. A magistrate judge read the charges to Bryan Kohberger. He entered the courtroom in an orange jail jumpsuit. There was a lot of security there. There were some plainclothes sheriff's deputies there, some captains, along with other people, Moscow PD. There were a couple of officers there, of course, with the lead detective on the case, Detective Payne from the Moscow PD. So the Gonsalves family men sat in the front row. Steve Gonsalves had his arm around his wife, Christy. She was kind of dabbing tears. At one point, he kind of just, really lovingly touched her hair and kind of moved something and then kissed her really gently on the forehead, on the side of her head. You can see he's trying to be a rock for his family. And then once they started reading the charges, Christy Gonsalves started to cry, as any mother would, and she wiped tears away. There was another woman with her, I think it must be a family member, who also started crying. And they were talking about the murder charges, the first-degree murder charge. They went in order of Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. And I think that must have something to do, I'm thinking, with possibly the order in which they believed these offenses occurred. So it was a brief hearing. Bryan Kohberger very just succinctly and directly, when asked, said yes. He understood the charges against him. He seems to understand his rights, and he's being held without bail. And prosecutors are pursuing the death penalty in this case. If you read the probable cause affidavit, what struck me as being so interesting was the fact that they were on to Bryan Kohberger pretty early on in this investigation. There were all these people online and sleuths and stuff. Oh, they don't have anything. They're not, they're not telling anybody anything. It appears they were on to him pretty early on. This happened on November 13th, and I'm going to have to look back at my notes. But it was somewhere like not too long after that, a couple of weeks maybe, that they identified him as somebody they were looking at. Just, the vehicle information from the surveillance video that they were.
Frank, they said somewhere that they planned the traffic stop in Indiana because they wanted to see his hands. We heard that somewhere. It was on here because they wanted to see his hands and stuff. That's why I knew they planned him traffic stops. I said that yesterday, and they did. I know one for sure they planned because they wanted to see his hands. That was told by officials on here.
Were able to collect from the neighborhood, the cell phone information, et cetera. So, of course, it was a brief hearing, as I mentioned. He's being held without bail. No preliminary hearing date set just yet, but obviously a very solemn and somber hearing inside that courtroom. It couldn't be anything but that.
Anjanette, we have about a minute here. I wanted to ask you, you talked about Bryan Kohberger, not many emotions coming out of him. Can you talk a little bit about his demeanor in that courtroom?
Well, we could only see him from behind, from where we were seated. But he walked in, he sat down. He just, I didn't expect anything. I didn't expect an emotional response from him at all. You see that a lot from people charged with crimes. Of course, he's innocent until proven guilty, but there wasn't any, thing exuding from him. When we saw him walk through the hallway in the courtroom or the courthouse in Monroe County, Pennsylvania the other day, no emotion. So I didn't expect to see that. So he just very, deliberately said yes. He understood when he was asked if he understood the charges and things like that. And he said he does have appointed counsel. This is somebody with a PhD, or was pursuing, I should say, a PhD in criminology. He's a smart guy.
Yeah, he certainly is. All right. Well, Anjanette, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure we're going to hear more from you in a little bit. As for us, I want to thank Katie Smith and Matt Mangino for joining us. Much more on this case ahead on Law and Crime. Stay with us.
Okay, hold on. Let me skip through this because we are behind on their stream, and that's a good thing because I can fair use it. Uno momento, amigos.
I'm here to Law and Crime. Welcome here to Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy, coming to you live from the courthouse in Latah County, Idaho. This is where Bryan Kohberger made his initial appearance on those 4 counts of first-degree murder, just a short time ago. It was a brief court appearance. He is being held without bail in the Latah County Jail, which is right over here behind me. The courthouse is right behind me as well. We have a lot to talk about this hour. The probable cause affidavit that we've all been waiting to see was released earlier today, as we expected, full of details about this investigation. Bryan Kohberger saying he didn't do this. He had said that through his lawyer in Pennsylvania. Now making his first court appearance here in Idaho to answer for the murders of Kaylee Goncalves, Maddie Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin back in November of last year. So we're going to be taking your questions. We want to have you submit those to us on Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, in our YouTube chat, and we will do our best to answer them. So I want to bring in one of our guests for this hour, though, first. She is Sunny Slaughter. She is a law enforcement instructor and also used to work for the Department of Homeland Security. Sunny, welcome to the show. Thanks for coming on. Just your thoughts initially on this affidavit and the details that it contains.
The affidavit is really extensive. It provides a great deal of detail, which is why this arrest was made. It actually provides more information than I thought it would, looking through it earlier today. And this is some significant information. So as we know that Bryan is the alleged perpetrator, but law enforcement really did what they needed to do to gather the information to submit this probable cause affidavit and to get it approved and issue this warrant and have him taken into custody.
It is a lot of interesting information. It's a lot of information. It's a 19-page document. And keep in mind, one of those pages said it was redacted. So there's still some information that we are not privy to. There is cell phone data that was used in this investigation, DNA testing and evidence and analysis used in this case, and also just some good old-fashioned, law enforcement, kind of gumshoe detective work where they went door to door looking for surveillance footage. So a lot to discuss this hour. But let's get to our questions, Sunny. Our first question comes from Chelsea Lee Copeland from Facebook. She asks, did I read the affidavit correctly? Was there a camera inside or on the outside of the King Road residence that picked up a whimpering whimpering, and a thud. Sunny, I know it's a lot of information in there, but I think that is correct. It was on another home. So tell us about how important that is, the whimpering and the thud, coupled with the roommate, hearing and seeing this guy in the house. Talk to me, though, about how important that surveillance footage is in determining the timeline in this case.
So the surveillance footage was very extensive, and they really did, as you said, some gumshoe detective and investigative work, pulling all of that information in. The questioner did get that information right. That is stated in the affidavit, that there was a thud, there was some whimpering, and that video footage allows law enforcement to actually pull in more information and closer to the timeline. It is a part of how this will unfold in a courtroom, giving a very specific timeline as to what may have been going on at certain times. There's extensive footage that they have found and located, being able to connect the dots, along with how many times the particular car and similar type car that Brian drives was in the area. 12, according to the affidavit. They're seeing a car that was similar to that. Video footage and the in-person ID of who I will name DM as one of the other individuals who was in the home at the time. That's critical information.
And Sunny, you know, I have a question for you as somebody who instructs law enforcement and somebody who worked at the Department of Homeland Security. I'm a little bit shocked, and maybe I just need some more information, that roommate identified as DM in that affidavit actually saw this person. Person leaves, she says, through the sliding glass door, and said she was frozen, according to the affidavit. And yet police aren't called for hours later. I know these are college kids. She could have been inebriated. Who knows what was going on? But what are your thoughts on that? I'm just really shocked by that revelation.
I agree with you when you said she may have been inebriated. That is one of the things that I said earlier, the shock of it all, and actually not knowing what she heard and that there was someone in the home. Remember, these are college individuals. They have people maybe in and out, friends, somebody that she didn't know, even though the person was identified as being covered. We're not sure what her state of mind was. And although we think we know what we would do in a situation when there's an encounter, I think her not screaming or responding in a way that triggered any additional effort on behalf of the alleged perpetrator may have saved her life. And it did take a long time. You're talking about hours and hours before 911 was called, but we don't know what else was going on, whether she fell asleep, what was going on in her state of mind. It is curious, but I do believe that law enforcement has taken the time and the effort that is necessary to extensively question her, to make a determination as to whether she was involved. And her ID testimony is going to be critical in the court case and what we see going forward.
I agree with you 100%. Her testimony will be very, very important should this case eventually get to trial. We don't know how it will be resolved, but you know, we're very early on. We just had the initial court appearance today, and certainly not blaming DM at all. Just a really, it's a pretty wild fact that's
it's a valid
in that
question
affidavit.
to ask.
Let's get yeah, definitely. If I see somebody in my house, guess what? I'm getting out of there and I'm calling 911. So let's get to our next question from Katrina McClough from Facebook. And Katrina, I hope I'm pronouncing your last name properly. It could be McClough. She asks, is it possible that he intended to kill everyone in the house? What I think is interesting about that question is the fact that it sounds like he saw DM, Sunny, from what we read in the affidavit, but Ethan didn't live there. So we don't even know if, you know, the perpetrator knew Ethan was going to be there. But your thoughts on her question about whether or not he intended, the suspect and the perpetrator intended to kill everybody in that house?
Well, first of all, when you think about how many times when I read the affidavit and the number of times that he has been in the area, that leads me to believe that he was potentially surveilling the area if he is in fact guilty of this particular crime. 12 times in an area where you don't have any presence, I believe that he may have been watching them. And in addition to that, the manner in which he moved about the home is rather interesting, and the potential that, it sounds crazy, but maybe he was a tired. That 4 people is a lot of individuals to have to wrestle with, to figure out how to murder them. The time is all very convoluted and what is taking place. And there was probably intent, and something may have triggered him to say, you know what, not right now, let me get out of here. He may have been startled by the fact that someone was still up around that time, moving about. So he may have been equally triggered to not continue. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And as far as, oh, no problem. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I thought you were finished. As far as him allegedly being in the area 12 times, you know, throughout August up until the offenses, it really makes you question why was he there? One of those events was on August 21st of last year when he was pulled over on the corner of one, it was an intersection, Farm Road and another road near the residence for a seatbelt violation. So why are you over there so much? It's not uncommon from what we've heard from people for students from Pullman to come over here to Moscow, but Sunday night at 11:40 at night, I mean, you're probably gonna have class or you're doing a teaching assignment the next day. So it really does raise a lot of questions. Let's get to our next question. This is from Michelle Taman from Twitter. Can he buy a Marine Corps knife without being in the Marines? Here in Brazil, this would be a crime. And was his father in the Marines? Ooh, good question, Sunny. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a good question, whether his family member was in the Marines. But yeah, that's probably something that he's, you can buy from a store. Sometimes people have access to weapons and, going into the store. But I thought about that earlier, that it was a very specific knife. And it might not be his father. It might be someone else that was in the family that had access to be able to get this particular knife. And being someone that is a hunter, or it wouldn't necessarily be impossible or necessarily illegal, except for the extent that the length of the blade and the dynamics of it would cause law enforcement some suspicion and ask a lot of questions. And I'm not 100% familiar with the Idaho law and the length of the blade of a particular weapon being allowable to be possessed by individuals with no reason, if that makes sense to the individual asking the question.
Yeah, certainly. Different countries, different laws. And Michelle, we really appreciate you watching all the way from Brazil. Thanks so much. All right, we are going to take a quick break, but we need you to keep sending in those questions on Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, and on our YouTube chat. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, coming to you live from Moscow, Idaho, and you are watching Law and Crime. Oh, Brazil, that's amazing. Hey, how are you? Good. Have we shown the Shannon Gray SOT yet? Because I don't feel like we should show.
We can chit chat while it goes through that. We'll do some fair use here. You have the affidavit, Frank? I couldn't get it to load. I think that link crashed when I was trying to get into it. Yeah, Squid, I don't know. You talking about Dylan? There's something about him. I mean, about her. Maybe it's a him. BJ, there's something with Dylan. I agree. In my opinion, I'm with you. Yep, Unique. I think Maddie was the target from the Greek restaurant because it's vegan. I think Kaylee was there, wrong place, wrong time, because she wasn't supposed to be there. I don't know. I have, look, I can put this up, Frank, but you really can't see it. It's kind of blurry. See, I've got some of it that I got off somewhere. I don't remember where I got this, but you can't really see it the way I got it. I don't even know what all
Welcome
I
back.
got.
I'm Anjanette Levy, coming to you live from Moscow, Idaho, where Bryan Kohberger made his first court appearance on those 4 first-degree murder charges just a short time ago. We are taking your questions, so please keep them coming to us. Submit them on Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and on our YouTube chat, and we will get to them, as many of them as we possibly can, and answer them for you. As I mentioned, that initial appearance wrapping up just a short time ago here at the Latah County Courthouse. Bryan Kohberger is in the Latah County Jail, being held right over here. He's being kept separate from other inmates. That's pretty standard procedure in a high-profile case, and other accommodations are being made for him as well. So let's listen to a little bit of what Shannon Gray, he is the attorney who represents the family of Kaylee Goncalves, had to say after this court appearance where Bryan Kohberger was ordered held without bail.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Shannon Gray. I'm the attorney for the Goncalves family. We're not going to be taking any questions at all. It's obviously an emotional time for the family seeing the defendant for the first time. This is the beginning of the criminal justice system, and the family will be here for the long haul. And that's the statement for the media today. Thank you.
And that was Shannon Gray, the attorney representing Kaylee Goncalves' father, Steve, who you probably saw there next to him, and Kaylee's mother, Christy. Steve, very stoic throughout that hearing. Christy becoming emotional when the charges were read, as any mother would. It's just absolutely unimaginable what these people are going through. Joining me this block is Jennifer Koffendorfer, a former FBI agent, and still with us is Sunny Slaughter. She is a former, she used to work at the Department of Homeland Security and also is a law enforcement instructor. So thanks to both of you guys for being here. We're taking your questions. Let's get to this one, and I will throw this to you, Jennifer, since you're just joining us. It comes from Champagne Princess from YouTube. I always enjoy these usernames. Did they ask if he pleaded innocent or guilty? Even though he's guilty, don't they have to give him a chance to answer? Well, he's not guilty yet. I mean, he's presumed innocent, so we need to be clear on that. But Jennifer, they did not ask him that question. Tell us why they didn't ask him how he pleads at this stage in the case.
Oh, this isn't the stage where that is done. This is not the time for him to make a plea. This is the time for him to have his initial appearance, and that is it. It's not the time for pleas. So there are very set stages of this process that we're going to be seeing, and you have to fall in line with each stage. So we're just one stage before that stage.
Right, most certainly. And they're setting this for there's going to be some type of status hearing. Ann Taylor, the public defender representing Bryan Kohberger, asked for that. So a preliminary hearing date has not been set yet. And for our viewers out there who might not know what that is, a preliminary hearing comes after the initial appearance, and that is where prosecutors are required to put on evidence to show the judge, look, we have probable cause. Probable cause is a very low bar in the legal system, so they don't have to present all that much. They would usually call a detective to the stand to talk about the investigation a little bit. So they just have to get over that hurdle. Then the case moves to district court, and it is there that he would be arraigned and asked to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Every defendant goes into an arraignment and pleads not guilty for the most part, especially in a case as serious as this one. He could also waive. We don't know if he'll waive that hearing. Let's get to our next question. This says Robin's Viewpoint. She is from YouTube. Robin's Viewpoint is, and she asks, wouldn't the survivor who saw him be able to tell LE, law enforcement, if he had blood on him? Sunny, I'll toss that question to you. What do you make of that question? What do you think about that?
Well, it depends on the lighting, whether how much she saw, how long she saw the individual for, where he was in the process of potentially committing the crimes, and she said she froze. She's not sure what, but she did see the eyebrows. So it depends on, it's probably a heavily saturated crime scene, but it's just too hard to speculate. We don't have access to the 911 tape, so we don't know what she said during that call. Most of the time people, as Jennifer said earlier, we're not at certain stages yet. This is an entire process that has to play out. And most of the time people think law enforcement presence begins at the crime scene, and actually law enforcement presence begins with the 911 call. The investigation and the timeline starts there before law enforcement actually has a physical presence. So there may be information that we won't be privy to because there's a gag order in place that may have indicated whether there was blood on the individual and what DM saw at that time.
Yeah. Our next question comes from Miriam Shiro from YouTube. Jennifer, Miriam is asking, how did he know where the victims were, and how did he maneuver around and about killing folks when it was so dark? That's a really good question.
Well, we don't necessarily know that he knew exactly where the victims were. He entered that house. We know that he killed 4 victims and at least went to 2 rooms where those victims were killed. We know what he did based on what DM says, that he at least came down the stairs and apparently in front of her. I will say that I think an important point about DM is that you were in, or she would have been in, a complete state of shock and tunnel vision that happens when one gets scared. You focus in typically on one thing or another. We see this all the time in law enforcement and shooting incidents and so forth. And what they see is what they are tunneled in on. So it doesn't surprise me that maybe she focused in on those bushy eyebrows, but didn't see other things that might have been happening before her. Again, in a state of shock, probably seeing this.
Right.
Yeah, I can only imagine seeing somebody in your home, and we don't know, Sunny and I were talking about this earlier. These are college students on a weekend night. There was a big football game before that. So, they may have had some drinks and been a little tipsy. We don't know that, but it's a pretty startling detail to read that she actually came, pretty close to this guy, saw him, and then he left. And maybe he leaves because he's like, I gotta get out of here because something else might happen. Let's get to our next question. Mr. Conspiracy _ from Twitter. Will the defense be likely to ask that files remain sealed? Sunny, what do you think of that? Because there are cases sometimes when both parties, both the prosecution and the defense, will file things under seal. Not everything, but some things are filed under seal because they may possibly contain test results or information that could be deemed prejudicial. So do you anticipate the defense doing that in this case?
I would anticipate that the defense might want to do that. It's such a high-profile case. The defense wants to keep, law enforcement has already kept everything close to their vest, and the defense might want to do the same to ensure that when they are identifying what information, because this is a very extensive affidavit, and I would just suggest or say that might be a likelihood of them. I don't think he was as smart as he thought he was, if he is the actual perpetrator of this crime, and depending on also who his representation was. Earlier today, I heard some folks talking about the potential for a pro bono attorney coming into town, high profile, or someone trying to get this on their radar and under their belt. And usually that it would be something that they might consider.
This would be a really huge case. I mean, think about the discovery alone in this case. I think it'll be terabytes with all the video evidence, test results, other items of evidence. So this would be a big.
Okay. Have y'all heard anything about his lawyer, who his lawyer is? Like, for sure, like right now it could just be somebody in there until they get, or I don't know. You can't open it in the UK. Okay, Frank, I'll check that out. Too many tabs. Hold on a second. Hold on just 1 second. I'm gonna let this play while I figure something out here.
Big case to come in and say, hey, I'll take it pro bono. So I don't know if I see that happening. A lot of people think it might. Our next question comes from @MacTrucker _1 from Twitter. What are the odds of finding blood DNA inside his vehicle? Jennifer, we've been talking about this. Surely a multiple victim stabbing homicide would leave a lot of DNA in his car. So Jennifer, we think possibly the FBI was processing this vehicle for the evidence. So what do you think the likelihood is, even if somebody tries to clean something up, that there could be still some DNA evidence in the vehicle?
I think very likely. I want to check all of those little ridges on the foot pedal that he uses. I want to check where he might open up a glove compartment, the underside of that. I want to check every nook and cranny of every piece of that vehicle because I believe there is no way that with all the blood involved in this case, he would have been able to clean that vehicle thoroughly. I think this is going to be a bit of a treasure trove for law enforcement because I don't think no matter how good of a cleaner he might think he is.
Who's the bee's knees, Frank? What are you talking about?
They're going to leave those little specks in nooks and crannies that they don't think about.
I agree with Jennifer.
And sometimes,
Absolutely.
yeah, definitely. And sometimes, even if maybe you don't find that DNA, I mean, if we're thinking, and not to be too gruesome, if this was as bloody as we can only imagine, that there might be something left there. And sometimes even a cleanup job, guys, is circumstantial evidence that can be pretty damning. What do you think of that, Sunny?
I do. And in the affidavit, they talked about a latent footprint. And as Jennifer just went through, the carpet, the fibers, everything in that car is going to be critical, is going to be important. And, you know, if you look at the picture of the vehicle in the body cam footage, you will see that
You know what? I've been reading all this and I'm muted. What the fuck? I was so proud of myself for actually starting to read and I was muted again. I was paying no attention. I hate that because I was reading so good and talking about this. I don't want to reread it. What the fuck? I'm an idiot sometimes, y'all. And I don't pay attention to chat. Y'all, if I do that again, you feel like I'm on mute, please, people, if you have my phone number, text me or maybe call. You ain't got to talk to me, but just let it ring so it gets my attention. That really pisses me off that I've done that. Let me see here. Here we go. Here's the original. How can I download this? Oh, Lord, I can't read all this. I just read shit and I was on mute and I'm already aggravated at myself. How am I going to do this? What am I doing? 2-page view. What's that? Oh, I can't do it like that. No. Oh, this is good. Frank, you're the bee's knees. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to let this other thing play here. Where's the long crown? I'm going to let it play while I figure this out because I'm going to try an attempt to go over this, reading it with you all. I wish somebody was up here with me. Come up here with me, Frank. But give me like a few minutes to get this together because this, just please bear with me and stay.
That you are indigent and do qualify for court-appointed counsel, I will appoint Ms. Taylor to represent you in this case. Ms. Taylor, have you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Koberger about speaking preliminary hearing and setting this matter?
Your Honor, I have. We would ask the court to set the status hearing in a week or two to make a final determination.
Okay. And Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, are you in agreement with that?
That's fine, Your Honor.
And that was just a brief portion of that 13-minute hearing, the initial appearance for Bryan Kohberger here in Latah County Court. He won't be in court. We don't know when the next time he'll be back in court. They're going to have that status hearing later in the month, but maybe he'll be there. Maybe they'll do that on the phone. We just don't know at this point in time, but we'll try to get some more information on that for you. We are answering your questions this hour, and we have a lot of great questions coming in, and we hope you keep them coming to us. Here's one of the questions from Rachel Byington from YouTube. Does anyone know, Jennifer, I'm going to ask you this question, if he intended the intended victim or the target, I think is what they're trying to say. Kaylee, if she was the intended target because he was obsessed with her, maybe were the other 3 victims
Yes,
murdered
Frank,
simply
I was
because they
muted.
were sleeping in the same area of the home? Just from the little bit we know from the probable cause affidavit, Jennifer, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts on that are this. We know from Mr. Goncalves,
Yeah, I love her. That who you was talking about earlier, Frank. I love Jennifer Coffindaffer.
True connection that might or might not exist. Secondarily, no, I don't think that he just had one target. Look, he went to 2 separate rooms. He climbed stairs to get to the other room. So he entered and killed 4 people in 2 different places. So clearly, to me, it speaks to that second, or the room on the second floor, which was Anna and Ethan. That was the initial room he went to, and he was not satisfied, obviously, going to that room, and then entered the other room in search of others, including Kaylee, that were, of course, then murdered.
One of the things that I thought was interesting was the order in which the murder charges were read. They started with Maddie and then went to Kaylee and then to Xana and Ethan. And it made me wonder if that was the order in which these crimes were committed, the homicides, and how they were able to maybe determine that. Maybe there was some, technology involved with that. We've heard speculation about an Apple Watch and things of that nature. Sunny, this next question I'm going to throw to you. It comes from a Scotian_wave33 and on Twitter. And I don't know if this is like outside of your area of expertise, but I'm wondering what your thoughts are on it anyway. Thinking along the lines of criminal profiling, what typically motivates this type of crime?
I think it has to do, with being a narcissist and arrogance, and that sometimes people cannot get their way. When you think about the level of detail and the amount of victims that were involved, the number, the potential for surveillance, pre-surveillance, which makes this first-degree murder charge really significant. Sometimes people who are predators have this very specific behavior. They're keying in on the victimology of a certain individual. And since we don't understand what the potential relationship was, I think there's a lot that we can speculate on. But clearly, this individual was determined, and this crime was pretty well thought out, in my opinion.
And that's what they're alleging. They're saying that it was premeditated. They talked about malice aforethought when they read those charges. That's some language in the statute that basically says this was planned. So let's get to our next question from Bams from YouTube. And we don't know the answer to this question. It's one that's burning.
Hey, y'all, I should go on there with my Cotton Candy Boobs account and see if she says my name out loud on YouTube.
Thoughts on that, Jennifer?
Well, again, we do have some little tidbits that have us believing that indeed he was familiar with these individuals. We have, after, I guess the initial question is, how did he initially target the individuals living there? Then after that, we see that he's surveilling them. I believe he targets, and then he sees he's got what we call a soft target. He has people going in and out. It's very easy to surveil because it's a not well-trafficked place. There's a tree line that hides him. It's just the perfect opportunity. If this is your target house, it meets all your standards. Easy to get into, lots of traffic. It's the perfect target place. How he came upon her, there's so much out there that hasn't yet been confirmed by law enforcement.
Yeah, and we really don't know. We don't know, and the police said this early on. We don't know if it was the house that was targeted or people inside. And it makes you wonder, wow, is it possible? Is it possible that somebody wanted to commit a crime such as this one and simply drove around and picked a house? I guess anything's possible. Random crimes are pretty rare, but we'll just have to wait and see as this case unfolds. I interviewed the Gonsalves family attorney earlier this week.
I'm still going with he wanted to be infamous. He wanted to do this. He wanted to be known. He wanted to be a mass murderer.
So I don't know. Maybe they've found something, but Shannon Gray didn't seem to think they had. So it'll be interesting to find out. I'm going to take a question from 5 bags of popcorn, and I'm going to answer this question, and then I'll ask you ladies the same. What's something that really stands out to you in this case? And that's Neil in Manhattan, and Neil had a really nice note for me too. Thank you, Neil. You're very sweet. What really stands out to me in this case, at least from the probable cause affidavit, is the fact that the roommate DM heard these noises. She heard some type of crying, or at least it was on the surveillance video, and she said she heard somebody say, "I'm going to get you help," or "I'm going to help you." That to me is absolutely stunning. And the fact that there was some type of whimpering sound on that surveillance footage is so startling to me. And reading through that probable cause affidavit really paints a picture that is nothing short of a horror story. I cannot imagine being in a home and having somebody enter a home and carry out something like this. Everybody has the right to be safe in their homes. Sunny, what stands out to you from this case?
I would say almost the same thing, but the level, I think he was really surveilling the individuals. I think this was calculated. If he is the perpetrator, I think the amount of times that the cell phone towers, the videos can place him in an area that we have yet to determine whether he had any reason to be there. I think that they were the targets. One of the victims was the target. I don't know which one, but I think one of the victims was the target. And I think that this individual may have been in the home at some point prior to.
It's entirely possible. Everyone said this is a house where there were a lot of parties, and we've heard from so many people in this area that people come over from Pullman. It's not uncommon. It's another college town. That Washington State University is there. They come over here because the bars are better, and there may be a better party scene over here. So it's possible. We just don't know. We need to get the answers to those questions. Casey Olson from YouTube. Jennifer, this is a question for you. What is your opinion of the suspect's criminology studies and the discovery of the knife sheath, which is really a key piece of evidence in this case? That seems like such a rookie mistake. Jennifer, your thoughts?
You know, it's so interesting. That was going to be my answer to the other question. I was stunned out of everything. The big shocker to me was that sheath that was left behind. This is a huge mistake, obviously, not only because his DNA was tied to that sheath, which to me is the strongest piece of evidence. We can take all these other little pieces of evidence and link it together and make a beautiful circumstantial case with the phone pings and the cars and everything. But that is not insurmountable. What's insurmountable is this DNA on the sheath and explaining how that got there next to Maddie Mogen. So this is amazing. It's, to me, in his flurried action of committing these stabbings, he made a mistake. You know, this is the interesting thing about these types of criminals. They fantasize about how this is going to be. He had surveilled for such a long time, for months before this crime. And in their minds, there's this fantasy of how it's going to play out. Only it never plays out that way. There's blood that gets in your eyes. There's noises that are made. There's a dog that decides to bark. And all these things are distracting and taking him away from his moment of unleashing his fury. And I think because of that, he made a sloppy error, and that was that sheath, leaving it behind.
It's unbelievable to me if you're going to do something like this. And that makes me think that possibly, and I could be wrong about this, that Maddie and Kaylee, and I mentioned earlier the way they read those charges. Maddie was the first one they read, then Kaylee. If the sheath was there, it makes you wonder, did he hit that room first? Is that where he went initially and then went downstairs and then exited? And when I say that, I mean the perpetrator, he's maintaining his innocence. We need to be very careful not to convict anybody. Everybody has a right to a fair trial. We are going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming in. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are coming to you live from Moscow, Idaho, and you are watching Law and Crime.
What y'all think, peeps? Okay, let me check here. You can see why she's an ex-agent. I get it. Yes, Squid, I do. Send me your email or email me, Squid. My email's in my About section. I'll definitely get that to you if you want it. If I can. Some things I can't, but we'll get it, yeah. I did download it. What, this channel here we're watching, what they think? This channel here has 4.21 million, and I'm pretty sure they could give two fucks about her. They probably don't even know who she is. I can give you the link to, I don't know if you could open it because you're in Canada. I'll email it or whatever. Just Let me see if I can text while they're on break here. Hold on. Uno momento, amigos. I'm out of breath. I let my dogs outside. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to do housework and shit in between and chat. And okay, yeah, there's my email. Thank you, Frank. Yeah, they probably do laugh at her, Squid. I agree. Drink your meds. I don't drink. How could I even get to the files? Hold on here, Squid. I'm trying to figure this out, bro. I don't know I'm into. Honestly, I don't even fucking know where to look for it. Hold on, this. That's my. I'm looking for you, bro. That's not it. Hold on, I'm getting it for you. Squid, 1 second, bro. That's not it. Squid, tell me if this works. Okay, bro, I just sent you something. Are you still here, bro? It's gonna be a sad read. Yeah, they always are, but see, I want to know. I sent him the link to the. You scroll down to the bottom. I'm gonna see if Squid can access it that way. I'm pretty dumb when it comes to stuff like this, y'all. For real, that's why I don't know. I downloaded it. Yes, I know how to access it on my computer, but how do I access it on my? Oh shit, we don't want that. Okay, you go down to the bottom, Squid. I'll make sure you got it before I proceed with what I'm doing here. That you like actually accessed it. No, I didn't send an email. I sent a text, Frank. I just sent that whole link where it came from. I can send an email. I don't really like to email. I don't like to really Instagram. That's how I talk to Frank. I ain't on there much. I forget about it. I just mainly do, well, yeah, emails I will respond. I don't get them all the time, but text is the best way for me, I guess. Frank, you can't text me, can you? It'll cost you money, probably. See, I got international texting or whatever. I don't know if it covers the UK. Squid, does it cover the UK? Because me and you done talked about this because we have international texting. Does it cover the UK if I text there? Or could I do it? I don't have WhatsApp. I have Viber. Has anybody got Viber? But you have to use your real number for that. Screw you, Frank. I don't do WhatsApp or not because I forget about it. I forget to check it. I can't have too much going on because I get really fucking sidetracked. I have ADHD like really bad. And I can't do. They're still not back over here because this is live and they're still on break. So we will watch Court TV. See if they're still live. Well, we can pick up where we left off there on Court TV.
Escorting him in and out of the courtroom. It was quick. It was a jam-packed courtroom. Media here from all over, and members of the public here as well who waited in line to have a seat inside the courtroom. I sat next to one lady who's a criminology PhD student. She was emotional. This has personally touched her. She actually, after the hearing was over, went and said something to the Gonzalez family, giving her condolences to them. And Steve Gonzalez actually stood up and hugged this lady before they left the courtroom. Julie.
Julie, I want to hear more, please, about the family members. Did you see anyone becoming emotional? Because one could only begin to try to imagine just how upsetting this would be to be in court for a hearing like this.
Oh, absolutely, Julie. I'm glad you asked because during the moment, initially, the family seemed stoic and strong, just having their arms around each other. But then as the judge read the charges against Bryan Kohberger one by one and naming each of the victims' names, that's when it affected this family. The first was for Madison Mogen, but the second first-degree murder count was for Kaylee Gonzalez. And as soon as the judge said Kaylee's name, her mother broke down into tears. She had a tissue in her hand wiping her face. You could hear some silent, soft sobs coming from that family, and again, comforting each other. People that sat behind them on down the road put their hands on their shoulders to comfort them in those moments as they heard their loved one's name. I have a couple of updates from the statement from the family that was just made out front of the courthouse. It was only Shannon Gray, the attorney that represents the Gonzalez family, who spoke to the media very briefly. Essentially, he said this is an emotional time for the Gonzalez family after seeing the defendant in person for the first time. And they said this is the only statement that they're going to make. Steve and Christy Gonzalez stood next to their attorney looking very somber, but did not say anything publicly. Media, as I was standing here to be live with you, Julie, was swarming, literally running across this parking lot behind me to make their way to hear this statement. But we will have actual video of this statement soon so we can show our viewers that very short statement from this very still distraught, emotional family here. But wanted to make sure they were here again to see this person they believe murdered their loved one.
What a tough, dreadful day. And this is only the beginning. I mean, we know that. We know that this is going to be a long process. The details in this affidavit of probable cause, though, very stunning and quite solid evidence that the state of Idaho is going to be able to bring against this guy, Bryan Kohberger. Defending him is going to be no easy task, certainly. Chandler, what can you tell us, please, about his attorney, the woman who was there seated with him today?
Yeah, her name's Ann Taylor. She is the public defender for Kootenai County, which is about 2 hours north of here in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. She has been already on this case. We heard her name Tuesday when he waived the extradition hearing, and has been working already. In fact, yesterday when I stopped by the crime scene, the people that are staked out there, as well as Fox News, even reporting that she has made a visit already to that crime scene. Probably one of the reasons they halted the cleanup of that home last Friday after Kohberger's arrest. It was scheduled to be cleaned. They halted that process by a court order, likely because they wanted to make sure the defense team of Bryan Kohberger had an opportunity to also bring in their own investigators and to take in that crime scene to prepare a defense. And that, according to sources, has been done, and they've been visiting that home. And again, 5 minutes from where I'm standing here from the courthouse is the crime scene. So she has been already working hard on his behalf, even filing some documents, and was there sitting with him today inside the courtroom, Julie.
Sounds like he's got excellent counsel. He sure will need it on charges like this, as you know. Chanley Painter, live for us there in the Latah County courthouse area. You're going to be staying throughout the day, Chanley, and gathering more information. We'll look forward to talking with you in just a little while. I want to return to my power panel for some quick reaction before we squeeze in a break, as we are nearing the bottom of the hour. In the studio with me, I have retired DEA Special Agent Ted Golden, standing by remotely, Dr. Peter Cummings and Dr. John Delatorre. I want to kind of go around the horn and get reactions, and then we're going to be digging deeper on these details throughout the afternoon. Dr. John Delatorre, let me begin with you. What jumped out at you with what we heard today, please, in court?
In court, nothing much really stood out to me. He was definitely more calm and collected. I think people probably thought that he was going to be a little bit more demonstrative, but I'm not surprised that he's just sort of accepting what exactly it is that's going on, because this is something that he is familiar with as being a criminology student and having a degree in criminal justice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, was it surprising at all to you that he didn't look back at the gallery, that he just kind of stayed focused on looking straight ahead, looking toward the judge, looking toward his attorney?
Well, no, he does look back. There is this time when he briefly glances back. I thought he was maybe looking at the camera the same way that the judge was looking back, but now with Chanley Painter describing where the father was sitting, I think he was probably just trying to glance back at him. So he does look back. He does acknowledge everything that's going on in the room. It wasn't as necessarily as stoic. He is aware of everything that's going on. He's just paying attention to the judge.
Mm-hmm, most certainly. Dr. Pete, you also do trial consulting work as well. You serve as an expert witness, and I was pretty impressed by what I heard Chanley telling us about the attorney representing Bryan Kohberger, that she's already been doing her homework. I mean, prior to even the court appearance, she was reviewing the evidence. Your take on that, please.
Yeah, I have so many thoughts as a former scene investigator, as a medical examiner, and as a trial strategist on this. That's an incredibly experienced move, and he's definitely got good counsel. Because the problem is, how are you going to defend this? I mean, there are multiple layers of evidence here we can go through, from DNA to cell phone records, and the affidavit's so detailed that what jumps out at me, all of this, and is that the best way to solve a crime, no matter what technology you have, is shoe leather. And it's police work, and looks like some really fine police work that was put together here. And so now the prosecution story looks very clear. Now you can question, how are you going to defend this if you do, or if you take a plea, or what happens. So there's a whole bunch of strategy and science still have to be discussed here, for sure.
Oh, most certainly. We're going to talk about that. I want to pick your brain about the DNA, Dr. Pete, coming up. And first, I want to turn to our police officer on the panel, Ted Golden, who served with the Memphis, Tennessee Police Department, then did federal work with the DEA for many, many years, retired as a special agent, still does consulting with courtrooms and in the Atlanta area. Tell me, Ted, when you look at this affidavit, you have been writing and taking copious notes since you walked in the door today at Court TV and got your hands on this, like we did. You've written a lot of these. You've reviewed a lot of these. You've been at trial where these are, being discussed. Tell me, how strong, in your opinion, is this affidavit?
It's very detailed. It's very exact. It's actually got, I think, too much information in it.
Why do you say that?
Because you don't want to give up too much of what you have on the front end. You kind of want to make sure you hold some stuff back, because this allows the defense attorneys to be able to pull out what they want and try to focus on the issues that they can confront. Yeah. But this is an ironclad affidavit. I hadn't got through all of it yet, but it clearly has all of the the things that you need to make sure that you confirm, identity, who saw what, when, where, and how, and then the fact that he was confronted before he walked out of the place and she's still alive. That's even good. It's even better. But realistically, it's a very well-written document, and I expect that we don't see all that they have because there's some things that I would have done ordinarily that I don't see here yet, and I think that they did a fantastic
There's still
job.
more. You're saying there's still more.
I think there's more.
Good supportive evidence.
There should be more.
We'll talk more about that. Ted Golden, Dr. Peter Cummings, Dr. John Delatorre, thank you all. Kindly stand by, please. When we come back, we're going to take you to Pennsylvania. Our Julia Janae is standing by there to dig in on the link to Pennsylvania with this case. We know there was DNA evidence left at the crime scene, and police were able to go through the trash at Brian Kohberger's parents' house in PA. We'll explain the link coming up next.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the Idaho college student murders. What new developments have we learned about the defendant, and what can we expect next in the investigation? We're live from Idaho with today's biggest moments. And who are the Murdaughs? From the generations of lawyers before him to the wife and son he's accused of killing, we'll break down the relationships surrounding the disgraced lawyer as we count down to the trial.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
Sorry, y'all. Okay, I'm here. Give me a drink. Somebody over there said Bundy confessed to a murder. I think he's got a mixture of all these different ones together, and that's what he wants to be. He wants to be his own infamous murderer. Law and crime ain't back. Yep, nope. They're not back. Uh-oh, I gotta charge my computer. It's dying. I got everything going on here. I can't fucking get it together. I love y'all. You know that. I do. I know people laugh at people that say the word love. I used to get laughed at by people that was supposedly supposed to be my friends just because I use the heart emoji all the time and I share love. Guess what? That person, 2 of them, are not my friends anymore, and they will never be back in my life. Why are you gonna make fun of somebody because they use hearts? How they might even be lurking in this chat. Hi, if you are, you know you are. What's going on here? What is this we're watching? Good God. Mastermind of fraud. I don't even know what that is. See if News Daddy's got anything new. There's like a 24 interview going over it. Let's watch that. Then I ain't got to go over it. Okay, so what's up? Let's chat a minute here. Let me get caught up. Two days back, filmed in 2011. I don't really watch movie or TVs. I watch YouTube. Yes, Squid, send it back to me, PDF. Yeah, see if you can do that. Because, see, I don't know how to find the... I got it, downloaded somewhere, but I don't know where it's at. Sometimes iPhones are a little too much for me, but I love iPhone. I love Apple. Squid, the other day, you wasn't here. I kept asking if you were here. We're talking about Chester and John Podesta. We were talking about all that. Remember when you talked about that? See this here, I need to save this link myself. I don't know how to fucking. How in the hell do I get to stuff I've downloaded like that? Because I downloaded it again to see if I can figure it out. I don't know where they're at, Frank. How do I? Look, I got, I have like my notes section. I have a lot of stuff in that. Look, I got Warren Betty's criminal record, Dolly's criminal record. I have Eliza Fletcher's autopsy report. So what Idaho 4. But that's not it. That's something different. I don't have it saved here. I don't think. I got the link that helps me search who YouTube channel names are. I can find out who you are in your IP if you fuck with me. Just saying. I just come across that. No, I know how to do that. I don't know where to find my notes at, or there's iCloud. That's not it. How do I get into like my straight iCloud from on my phone? I'm fucking stupid. I'm so fucking stupid. Home stream display. I'm looking, y'all. Give me a minute. I know y'all stay here with me. I got like 3 VPNs. Prime Video, PetSmart, Proton. What am I fucking even looking for? See, I don't. Here we go. iCloud. We're here. iCloud Drive. How do I? Fitness, Lala Game Center, Siri, Accessibility, UI Server, Chewy, Apple Watch. It's not in my drive. I don't know. I gotta get off this or I'm gonna stress about it. I don't need no Discord. Fuck no. Nope. Oh wow. That's interesting. I can pull it up on my computer here. No problem. I can't find it on my phone. That's my issue.
When I was a little girl, I got lost in the woods. It took them 2 days to find me. Since then, I've avoided the woods.
Until now.
We've learned that a group of forestry students are planning to go up the mountain and cut trees in protected woodlands.
So you mean to tell me that some companies willing to pay us $1,000 over fall break?
That's the deal. We leave Friday, 2 days to get there, 2 days work, and 2 days back.
You think those guys over there are really plotting the end of the world?
I'll bet whatever they are talking about is not good for the planet.
We need to follow them up there and document what they're doing.
Hey, how come only a half a dozen trees are marked?
No skid trails, no landing? That doesn't make any sense.
Where's Chase?
This is Emma, Steve, and Ben. Their friend got hurt.
I think it would be safer if we were to stay here with people who know what they're doing.
What is it?
Cabin down there?
Maybe they have a phone.
Who has a phone out here, you jackass?
It's just a hunter's.
You can tell this is so fake. It sounds so fake and
I'm not leaving him! You're that boy.
It's not uncommon.
well, that was weird. So that was his sister, huh? That was so fake. You could tell that was scripted and acted. That's a horrible movie trailer. What is this, Long Crime? Let's see if they're back yet. Hold on. I like Law and Crime. They get some good stuff out there. And they're on top of it. They're not back yet. Let's check. Let's see what everybody else is doing here. We make fun. No. I'm going to start being good. Oh, Diddy Ron. I think he strikes. Let's see what he's doing, though. We're going to watch Duty Ron. I love Duty Ron. I don't care what anybody says about him. I'm going to speed it up. Everybody go sub, like, whatever to Duty Ron. I think he's fantastic. I know people have different feelings with him, but I think he's a great guy. He's a little narcissistic. But yeah. Let me check my email, Squid. 1 second.
To another mobile edition of Crime Time with Duty Ron. You know the drill. I'm a retired New York City police detective, and if you like all things true crime related from the police detective's perspective, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell.
Man,
So you get all
my
things Duty
gifts.
Ron and Ed Wallace when we go live and upload another video.
Give me a gift,
Today I want to talk to you
y'all.
about the probable cause affidavit we saw last night. Brian Kohlberger transported by Pennsylvania State Police plane with the U.S. Marshals, with the folks from Idaho and Moscow and the state police in Idaho. They transported him back 10 plus hours by plane. We knew that once he was brought into the Latah County courthouse that the probable cause affidavit would be released, and they did it. They released it, and wow, what a whammy of information, a plethora of information. My head is exploding here because so much is revealed in the 19 pages. But before we get into it, I want to say a special thank you to you, the subscribers, the Patreon supporters, the chat.
Squid, yes, I got it. Thank you so much. So it's on Adobe. That's where I need to find Adobe. because it looks like that's where the one you sent me is saved on. Thank you. Frank sent the same one. Thank you, Frank. Yeah, both of them are on Adobe. Okay, I need to figure that out. I need Adobe.
Oh, Connie, thank you for becoming a channel member. I greatly appreciate it. Agati, thank you for being here. Laura Croft, thank you for being here. Alicia B, show last night was brilliant. I thought it was unbelievably, even though it was way beyond my knowledge base when it comes to forensics, like that's not my thing. I love it, and I think it's fascinating. But I was way out of my league with those two, with Ed Wallace and Dr. Fitzpatrick. It was just unbelievable. So let's talk about today. Let's talk about what's going on today in Latah County. We found out in the probable cause affidavit, amongst a whole treasure trove and plethora of other things, one of the surviving roommates heard crying, and then a man's voice saying words to the effect, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," on the night of the murders. This opens up the floodgates of, wait a minute, hold on. Didn't we get a 911 call at about noon or a little bit before noon on Sunday morning on the 13th? Call me say, what? One of the roommates in this probable cause affidavit stated to an investigator that a figure, she opened her door for the third time after she heard crying and saw a figure clad in a black clothing and a mask that covered the mouth and nose walking towards her. I'm telling you, when Ed Wallace and I went over the affidavit this morning, I was in my office and things were going on all over the place. But when I heard this part of this, I was just like, whoa, what is happening here? But what we also learned in the probable cause affidavit is that surveillance footage from an adjacent home picks up the suspect, alleged suspect here, innocent until proven guilty, Bryan Kohberger. Surveillance footage picks him up, DNA on a knife sheath, which we now know from the probable cause affidavit, it is a K-Bar U.S. Marine Corps knife sheath. The sheath was left behind at the murder scene with the defendant's DNA on it and a latent shoe print left at the scene. I want to tell you, Ed Wallace and I said from the beginning, ATS News, great to see you. Thank you for joining. Ed Wallace said it from, I said it from the beginning. Princess Mitch, Heidi Zip, Robin Roach, thank you everybody for being here. I'm just trying to do some speed stuff here. Tara Ellis, thank you. We said from the beginning that the forensics and the science would solve this case. Bryan Kohberger might have been a smart guy going to school, but he was a dumb criminal. And criminals of all different levels of education make mistakes. You can't murder 4 people in 2 different locations and not make a mistake. Okay, latent shoe print. Now, not even to mention the phone records. His phone records from AT&T, as per the probable cause affidavit, put him, and it's compelling, the mountain of evidence forensically and electronic computer forensics. We haven't even heard about that computer tower that they took out of his Pullman apartment. We haven't even heard about that computer tower yet. And trust me, that's coming to a theater near you. That's coming soon to a theater near you. Magical Mary, thank you for the $10 super chat. Nobody's judging anybody here. You're not getting that from me. What I'm saying is this is groundbreaking information. And I'm glad that you brought that up. She says, or he or she says, Magical Mary, I'm assuming she says, please don't judge your roommate. We don't know how we would react in the situation. We don't know the whole story. Example, she could have passed out. I said that from the beginning, and thank you for that super chat. Nobody's used to, and if you go back to some of my past videos, nobody should be used to seeing somebody murdered, no less their friends, or seeing a dead human body inside their dwelling, their home, their place where there's supposed to be peace and safety and tranquility. So when you're faced with something like that, I said it weeks ago, that if somebody was to witness a dead human body, no less your best friend or people you live with, you're either going to freeze, as it says in the affidavit that she froze, or you're going to pass out, and or both. So let me say this, for all the people that are out there that may or may not go and start attacking the surviving roommates, refrain from that. We have this perp in custody. Don't judge people based on how they acted in a very, very stressful situation. I have a little piece that I want to play for you from court today. This is Bryan Kohberger's first appearance. This is the arraignment on the charges of all counts that were brought forward to him. What I want you to pay attention before Josh plays this, and thank you to Law and Crime Network for allowing me to play this. Appreciate everybody over there, Addie and the whole crew, Antoinette Levy, and Jesse and the whole crew. Lisa Lockwood's tied into Law and Crime Network too, and they're all good friends. Stick around to the end of this because hold on, Josh. Stick around to the end of this because tonight at 9:30 p.m.
He watches Law and Crime Network too. How about that? That's cool.
Channel. She's a defense attorney in the state of Washington, an experienced trial lawyer and appellate litigator. She is going to come and join me and Ed Wallace tonight to go over every aspect of the affidavit, and we're going to talk about the death penalty. We're going to talk about the law in the state of Idaho. She practices and has her law practice and all of her business that she conducts in the state of Washington, which is right next to Idaho. So she's going to come on. It's going to be an informative live stream. As we always do, we're bringing you, the professionals. And Pete Carrusco is a former prosecutor in the Queens County District Attorney's Office. Pete Carrusco is going to also join us. So we're going to have an all-star lineup of 2 attorneys. One was a former prosecutor. We're going to get each side of how the defense can go at this and also how the prosecutor should go at this. So let's let this play, and then we'll see. Keep notice of Bryan Kohberger. What he does as soon as he comes through that door and makes eye contact with his defense attorney and then the judge, and then let's listen in. There it is.
All right.
We're on the record in the Second Judicial District, Latah County. This is the Magistrate's Division of District Court. This is State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger, cause number CR 29222805. Mr. Kohberger is present in court. He is in custody. He's appearing with his attorney, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, on behalf of the state. This is the time set in the matter for initial appearance. Mr. Kohberger, I am going to advise you of the rights that you have in this case. I am going to go over the criminal complaint with you, and then we're going to discuss setting the matter for further hearing. You have the following rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to the presumption of innocence. That means the state bears the burden to prove that you are guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing is a probable cause hearing. At that hearing, the state must establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. You have a right to have that hearing within 14 days if you remain in custody. If you are bound over at that preliminary hearing to district court, if the court finds probable cause, you would be bound over to district court. And at that time, you can enter a plea of not guilty, and you can have a jury trial set within 6 months of your appearance in district court. At both your preliminary hearing and your jury trial, you have the right to confront and question any evidence or witnesses called against you. Call witnesses on your own behalf and compel witnesses to be present and testify at the state's expense. You have the right to be represented by a lawyer. If you cannot afford one could be appointed to represent you based upon your financial needs. You also have the right to appeal any conviction in your case. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
I am now going to go over the criminal complaint with you. Count 1 of the criminal complaint charges you with the felony offense of burglary. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger.
We've already listened to all this 500 fucking times. Oh, Duty Ron. I just like to hear him and Ed talk. Look at that motherfucker. He's got thick ass hair. Same old shit we've done seen. You're a little late, Duty Ron. I beat you to it, buddy. Ha ha. Look, Frank, we beat Duty Ron.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you. All right. So as you see there, no bail, murder times 4 he stands accused of. No judge or anybody in their right mind is going to release this defendant on any type of bail. The no contact order, that is as standard gets. Basically, she said that there's to be no contact with any of the victims' families or any of the extended family. So he cannot email, send messages of any electronic means, or write any letters to any of these families for a period of 2 years, and it would be extended.
I downloaded Adobe. I got it, y'all. I just got to figure it out. I did download it. I got it.
Live stream. We're going to have Andrea Burkhart from Burkhart Law. She's going to be joining Ed Wallace and I as we break down the affidavit and the charges. We're going to ask the tough questions. Again, I'm going to ask you, my good friends and family and the community here on Crime Time with Duty Ron.
Yes, Duty Ron is live. I'm like back in the stream so I can play fair use on him, but yeah, he's live right now.
Going to join us tonight. It's going to be Ed Wallace, myself, and these 2 great attorneys. They're going to be answering the tough questions, 9:45 Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, Princess Mitch. Let me say hello to a couple of people. Delaney, thank you for being here. Hi, Crime Time with Shannon. Good to see you. Always a pleasure. Shannon Pope. Oh, look, 2 Shannons, one after the other. Thank you guys for joining. Again, there's so much to unpack here. Surveillance footage gives the prosecution and the investigators that 4 a.m. to 4:25 a.m. timeline for these murders to have taken place. Because I believe that they have video surveillance from an adjacent home of this defendant exiting out the rear sliding glass door on the 2nd floor. So these are all breaking developments that, again, we had zero knowledge of prior to this. The cell phone data, the crime scene evidence at the location, the latent shoe print, the knife, the sheath of the knife left behind.
This is all the same stuff. I don't want to watch this, y'all. He really ain't saying nothing new.
down the
He's saying the same stuff that we're doing, that we've already went over 500 times. Oh, here's some. Yeah, let's watch this. I will watch News Daddy.
Just plug up that little piece from Brian Entin that we were talking about on Twitter. If you could just plug that up for me, Josh. And I never know if Josh is still here or not, but yeah, there he is. So this was on Brian Entin's Twitter feed. It was 55 minutes ago, and they were talking about the probable cause affidavit. So let's just play a little bit of this and listen to the dialogue back and forth between Brian and the newsroom. This is
Joining us,
News
Natasha
Nation.
Zubes here at News Nation headquarters. We are tracking this big breaking news this morning in the Idaho murder. So many new details coming down. 18-page affidavit. We are hearing from one of the surviving roommates for the first time what she saw that night. DNA found on a knife.
I don't know what to think about all this. What do y'all think? You do, Dick, Frank. I love you. And Squid, y'all are my bros. There's not very many men I like on here or I trust. You know what I mean? Like to be my friend, because you know how people are. They're fucking disrespectful, and I'm not trying to fucking get on here, and I just want real friendships. You know, if that's people, oh, you can't be friends on YouTube. Yeah, you can. I have found some amazing people on here. I don't care what they say. Yeah, not worth a strike. My channel's been doing pretty good. I don't want to do that now and lose it for 2 weeks again, like I did 2 times. If it went for Squid, I wouldn't have got it back because I would have never known about the lawyer that helps people. Robbery, if you need help with copyright strikes on here, don't want to give your real name and shit for privacy issues and your address. He's amazing. He got my channel back twice for me. I just paid him $40. You can also pay like $1.29 and you can do it yourself, or you can pay like $39.99 and he'll do everything for you. And I done that because I didn't want to mess with it. I paid $40 and twice, and he got my channel back. It was totally worth that $40. I love Rob Reed. He's a great dude. If you need help with that, I'm gonna let this play.
Sheets, trash taken from the Coburg family home in Pennsylvania, a footprint at that scene as well. Also, cell phone information from that night for the very first time. Brian Entin is joining us live right now. And Brian, you just got out of court in Moscow. This is just a couple of miles from the murder scene in the Moscow area. I know you've been poring over this as well. What information are you tracking right now? What is standing out to you in this moment?
Yeah, there's a ton of new information, Natasha. Court wrapped up a little while ago. They allowed cameras inside, but not to feed out live, so we should be posting that video pretty soon. Koberger was there, his first time appearing in court in Idaho. It's pretty quick and standard. They read him his charges. Bond was denied. The defense, he has a public defender here, asked for a bond, and the prosecutor argued, like, no way, we shouldn't have a bond. We found this guy 3,000 miles away from here, and the judge said no bond for now until she gets more information. So that was the latest from the hearing. But you mentioned it, this 19-page. I'm still going through it. I read through it once, but it's like so detailed, and I was reading it on my phone, waiting to get into the hearing. So I printed it out. I'm like going through every word now. But there's so much new information in this new probable cause affidavit.
Absolutely. Can I ask, what was Koberger's demeanor? Because this is the first time that you were actually in that courtroom with him, looking at his face. What did you notice?
Yeah, so it was the first time I saw him in Idaho. I saw him in Pennsylvania. Gosh, was that the day before yesterday? Right. He's very serious. He appears. I mean, he's getting his PhD in criminology, and you can tell like he appears to really know what's going on. Like he never has any questions. He nods at the judge throughout. He always says yes or no right away when she asks questions. Like you get a vibe like he understands the court system. And he's just sort of a stone cold face. He didn't really look at the audience at all today. The people sitting, the victims' families were in the front row, right in front of us, which was awful because they were just so sad to see. Like they went through and read all the charges, so they read the names of the victims. And like when they read Kaylee Gonzalez's name, her mom just broke down crying. And Koberger never looked back or anything like that. Never looked at any of us. In Pennsylvania, he did. His parents were there in Pennsylvania, but they weren't at the hearing today in Idaho. In Pennsylvania, he did make eye contact with his parents and sort of nod at them. But today, not any eye contact with anyone except for the judge that I could tell.
And I mean, of course, so emotional for the families. And I know that you've been in touch with them as well. Let's break this down piece by piece, because there is, as we said, a lot of information, new information this morning. Let's start with what we're hearing from the surviving roommates. One of the surviving roommates describing what she witnessed that night. She says that she saw the killer. This was interesting. She said she opened her door. She heard crying. She saw a figure clad in, quote, black clothing and a mask covering the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. She describes that figure.
See, that's weird to me. That is fucking weird to me. I don't know. She was face to face with him, and he did not kill her. The proceeds or already did kill 4 people. It makes no fucking sense to me. I'm not understanding it. That's weird. Maybe it's not weird. Maybe I'm just weird. He ain't gonna get no bail. I don't think so, Squid. No, he's fucked. He's fucked. Fuck snow. I don't want to snow. We just got over a cold spree here in Florida and it made me sick. I'm still recovering from it. A lot of people got sick. It was crazy. Down when I had to get me a drink. I'm thirsty as shit. I'm dehydrated, I believe. Okay, we're gonna let this.
As 5'10" or taller male, not very muscular, athletically built with bushy eyebrows. Apparently, he walked past her. She was standing, quote, frozen in a frozen shock phase. He went towards the glass door in that house. She locked herself in her room after seeing the man. She said she did not recognize him. And investigators placing the time frame of those murders between 4 and 4:25 a.m. Brian, it's striking. This is the first time that we are hearing any sort of testimony or any sort of report from one of the surviving roommates in that house.
Yeah, this I did not see coming. We haven't gotten, we've gotten some leaked information and source information that we've been able to get. Some of it that we didn't even report because we were just waiting for the affidavit to come out. I didn't see this coming. The fact that one of the roommates saw the killer, like you just described it, the mask. She also said that she heard crying, heard the dog barking at one point. There's a lot of questions right now because you remember, Natasha, the police weren't called until the next morning,
right?
In late morning. So if she saw all of this, a lot of people are wondering, like, why didn't she immediately call 911? Of course, like, she may have just been totally like shell shocked, frozen. I mean, I can't even imagine being in that situation.
Yeah, we went over this before,
guys. He was going to come back, but it is very interesting to think about the fact that we didn't know that she was even awake.
Right.
And
I wanted to follow up with you on that, Brian. And for reference, we are talking about page 4 of this affidavit. I believe that our viewers can see it on screen. I do want to point out that we can see comments. You are joining us live right now as we're doing this live stream. So if you have any questions,
all right, Josh, you can pause it now. So I wanted to play that initial part of it because it was what we just talked about. And what makes this thing so over the top is that we were all led to believe that they slept through this event, right? But we come to find out that, in fact, they did not sleep through this event. They, one, or, in the affidavit, it says just one, right? One of the roommates actually had an encounter and he walked right past her as per the writing in this probable cause affidavit. All right, we're going to get into it fully tonight. So I want you guys to, again, we're going to direct you guys from this live stream to tonight's. Thank you, Josh. I was trying to get rid of that. We're going to direct you from this live stream here to tonight's scheduled live stream. Again, we're going to have 2 attorneys, possibly a 3rd attorney come and join us. We need to talk about this and have an intelligent conversation. We'll get as much information. What I'm asking you guys to do, and thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Black Heavyweight says, you guys have an awesome channel. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat. Send the questions for our criminal defense team that's going to come on with us tonight. It's a former prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney. We're going to have a show for you guys tonight. Send in those questions and label it questions for the attorney. Keep it pertaining to the probable cause affidavit. We want to talk about Idaho state law under the capital punishment. There was no talk at this court appearance about capital punishment. I know that there's going to be a time and place for that. It's going to be going forward. We'll ask those questions. When are we going to hear a conversation from the courts or the prosecution if they're going to try this case under the capital punishment law on books in the state of Idaho? So we'll see how that all goes. So I hope each and every one of you have a great day. I got to get back into the office. I'm wearing my Gabby Petito Foundation shirt. I don't know if anybody noticed it, but these hoodies are available on Gabby Petito Foundation website. That's where I got it.
All right, and that's that. Do a panel on what? I'm off. What are we doing a panel on? Frank, I'm up for it. It's hard sitting up here talking by yourself all the time. But I do it. I don't know how I do it. You're moving to St. Pete, Wacky Tacky? That's cool. I'm close to there. I'm not doxing nobody or nothing when I say this, but that area over there, St. Pete area, is where Jairus for Justice lives too. It's really close to me. Yes, I'm up for that, Frank. You want to do that tomorrow? I can schedule it. That way we can plan it. And yes, let's do that. I'm up for panels. Yeah, Truly lives close to me too. She's in I'm not gonna say where she's from, but she's near me. You're gonna move to South America, Frank? I called you Frank Squid. My bad. I love both of you, but I would love to visit South America. I've never been there. I want to go to where's it, Colombia, where they have all that good, strong ass, real fucking coffee and real coca. You know what I mean? Just joking, but yeah, South America. Yeah, I don't want to get killed down there though. It's rough in some places. Panthera's not here. I think Panthera's been doing her own thing on her own channel. And that's okay, because I kind of went off on Aaron Carter. I don't know. That's whenever I got sick too, and I just quit talking about it. And I'm so lost now on what else going on. Panthera's on it though. If you need any Aaron Carter information or want to talk, hit Panthera up. She's a shit. And the babies, she covers babies like Athena and all them. Go to Panthera. She was live. Yeah, she was live a while. That's cool. Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is rough though if you get in trouble. I do know that. That is so cool. She lives in Australia. I live in Florida, but I'm not from here. I grew up somewhere else, but I live here now. I've lived here for a little over a year. Yeah, look, I was on mute again, y'all. I caught myself this time. But that's good. You are 41 and never had a record. That's really awesome. And Squid, I thought you were younger. I didn't know you were 41. Yeah, things eat you. You talking about kangaroos and stuff? Do they eat kangaroo there? You're not asking for much, Frank. That's cool. See, I don't play PlayStations or nothing like that. And I did get a new computer for Christmas, and it's really too much for me. You know what I mean? Because it's the hold on a second. Get down, go. Come on. Get down. You want to get down, baby? Come on. There you go. Good girl, Winnie. Let the dog down. But I had my old computer was a Apple MacBook Air. It was a 13-inch screen, the one I started out streaming with. And I liked it. I did, except for the battery on it was bad, I think, because it would die fast, as you all seen when I went through that. It would die, and I had to charge it like 5 times during a live. But for Christmas, I got the newest fucking Apple computer out, the MacBook Pro 16-inch, and I didn't want that much of a computer, because the MacBook Pro, what the hell am I going to do with all this? I don't even know what I'm doing on a fucking phone. Yeah, and it's just, it sucks when you get gifts from a narcissist and get called a piece of shit every day. Just saying. I don't know. I didn't want this much of a computer. It's not always what it's put out to be, Frank. But I do reckon, I love my MacBooks though. I liked the little one better than my MacBook Air. I liked it better. This one's too big, too much for me. Curved monitors. I've seen those. They're pretty cool. That's gross, Frank. Ugh. You'll take it. Squid's like, I'm game. Get me out of this fucking snow. I recommend Apple. I love Apple. I got Apple everything, and I just like it. And it all syncs together, which I don't know how to find shit. I'm still learning, but that would be awesome, Wacky Tacky. Oh, he would love that. And you can go to Legoland. Legoland's there, I think. Lego something. That's awesome. See, I don't really have room for like a desktop, and most of the time, usually I travel a lot with work, and it's hard for me to have a desktop set up, and you know what I mean? I just can't do it. I'd love to have one in my own little corner, but maybe one day I'll get free in my own little world. You like Windows and Android? I get that. I was like that for years and years. I never wanted Apple or nothing. I had Android everything, and let's see, I've had this phone. It's been about 3 years ago. I got a iPad for Christmas or something, or did I buy it? I don't remember. I ended up with an iPad, and I loved it. And I had a Android phone. Like being able to mix and match. I get that. Squid, I'm going to come move in with you. Can you have me a room and a desk? We'll string together. Do you need a baby mama? I'm just joking. Apples for girls. Fuck you, Squid. I mean, Squid. No, I didn't mean that, Squid. Frank. Y'all's messages are so fucking close together, and I love you both. I love Apple. I got an Apple Watch. I should do a giveaway and give it away because I don't wear it. I hate it. It's too heavy for my arms because I'm a little person. It's just too much. It don't fit my arm right, and I've got the band that can adjust, and I don't like it. Anybody want to buy an Apple Watch, or we'll do a giveaway for it? It's the Apple Watch 6. I bought it brand new, and I hate it. I saved my money for it and everything. I wanted one so bad, and I got one and hated it. I wore it not very many times. Oh, we can get the whole family going, Squid. We can start a family thing. We all be streaming up in there. The boys, us, everything. Oh, he's already done Legoland. That's cool, Wacky Tacky. There's a lot of stuff to do in Florida. You know, I don't do shit. I don't do shit really. Work. I do a little bit of work for my old man, and that's about it. I don't like the outside world at all. Humans fucking suck. Effing suck. I'm sorry. I need to quit cussing. The Law and Crime is done. They're not live anymore. I just checked over there. Oh, Emily Baker. Let's listen to what she has to say. She's interesting. I like her. She says cursey words. Just something we can still chit chat and watch.
Actually doing a traffic stop.
Wow, she's like hours behind.
I know that it has been going by initials in the affidavit, and I am going to keep it going by initials. So with that, it's not a faux pas. It's just I didn't know that was there and was kind of surprised. But again, you can't issue a no contact order without identifying the person you're not supposed to contact. So with this, is he using a public defender in a murder case? Yes, as many and most defendants do. And I think in a small jurisdiction like this, there is a huge benefit to having a public defender in any type of case because they're going to know the jurisdiction very well. And public defenders tend to do more trials than any other type of criminal defense attorney. So I'm not surprised that he has a public defender. Public defenders handle murder cases as a regular part of their work all the time. So
communicate with them or otherwise any form of communication in direct or indirectly with them. You cannot engage in any conduct that would harass, stalk, threaten, use, attempt to use, or threaten to use any physical force or violence upon them or place them in reasonable fear of bodily injury. Cannot go within or knowing their name within 300 feet of their person or their home, workplace, or
not going to be a problem. He's in custody.
Other place where they might be. There are no exceptions to these orders. And if you do violate these orders, it is a new misdemeanor offense. It is punishable by up to a year in jail and or a $1,000 fine or both. At this point in time, due to being in the magistrate's division here, at this juncture, I am going to issue the no contact orders for a period of 2 years. And then if it needs to be modified or changed by additional judge, it can be done so at that time. Is there anything further, Mr. Thompson?
And the no contact order in this might just be out of an abundance of caution and or respect to allow the families of the victims and the surviving roommates to know that he has been ordered not to contact you. Information is easy to find. Could he get on a jail call and call somebody and be like, what is this person's number? Yeah, it could happen. So it might just be for peace of mind. So.
Anything further, Ms. Taylor? All right, thank you. We are adjourned.
All right, and that is the end of this court hearing, and we are going to go over the probable cause affidavit. Carol, I'm not going to back up the law and crimes coverage. I'm going to go through the affidavit myself with my own thoughts and expertise. So we're going to go through that, not their coverage of that. I don't think there's anything else from court. I'm just going to zoom and see if there's anything else from that. I don't think that there is. I think any other coverage I'm seeing is just them replaying this court hearing. So glad that we were able to go to the court hearing live, but now we are going, I'm going to look and see if there are any few questions before we move on and cover the probable cause affidavit and give anyone the opportunity to opt out and opt out throughout this. There is a gag order, so nothing else. No, we're not going to hear much else. We're not going to hear much else at all. So yes, please do that. Their coverage is over. I like the way I cover things. I'm going to leave it at that. I like the way I cover things. So we're going to do that. With that, I'm going to go through a few questions about this hearing, and then we are going to move over. Then we're going to move over to the probable cause affidavit. Law Lumber, good to see you. Reports are out that the defense attorney is on her game and was the driving force behind securing the scene so she could get the investigators on site. She was photographed there earlier. Good. I mean, he needs a good defense attorney. Again, there are probably very few death penalty qualified defense attorneys in the state. She had probably been contacted when he was arrested in Pennsylvania and had some time to know. We do know that the scene was shut down from remediation, and I'm not surprised by that. So that is absolutely fair. So that is absolutely fair. I'm not surprised. All right, I'm gonna get to a few questions. If you are new here, you're welcome to put a 1 in the chat so the law nerds can welcome you with open arms to this incredible community we have. You can do the YouTube things. I am a YouTuber. I am. I've been an attorney for 17 years, but instead of being in court, I am now in my house, and it is great. I hope you're feeling better, Emily. Thank you. My mom surprised me with a lawn-art hoodie, and it's my new favorite thing ever. Thanks for covering hard stuff. I get asked occasionally how I decide what to cover, and we are going to move on pretty quickly. But when we started covering the Daryl Brooks case, the amount of emails and DMs I got, and I don't always get a chance to respond, but I do see them, of people within the community of Waukesha who said, thank you for holding space, for having a conversation, for allowing room for emotion while still being respectful and non-disparaging and not being sensationalized. Thank you for just bringing the facts and not the fuckery and holding space for that. It gave us somewhere to be in community while watching something unfold that we want to know about that is really hard to go through. And that is part of how I choose to cover things. Mostly we stay.
I love her. Do y'all want to just do one and listen to her? No, we want to do our own like this, but I want to hear what she says too. Frank, you're going to be there with us. You're going to be the butler. Oh no, it's interesting, ain't it? I think they'll call him the Idaho 4 killer.
I wonder if he'll want to defend himself. If he is highly intelligent, he will choose not to defend himself and be highly engaged in his defense. Is this federal? No, this is a state case out of Idaho, out of Latah County, Idaho, not a federal case. Is he going to rep himself? No, he said today he is taking a public defender. So thank you, Emily, for a second stream. Thank you to the dearest mods. The mods are amazing. So thank you to our mods for riding a little bit later. We weren't going to have a stream the rest of the week, but here we are. It's just what's happening. We'll see if we need to stream tomorrow about the Jen Shaw sentencing. I don't know if we'll need to. Maybe we can just do it in quick bits. The state still has the option of seeking the death penalty. That is correct. Would they decide at this next hearing? They don't have to decide that soon. And I imagine, well, not that I imagine. I can only tell you how it works in a bigger jurisdiction. I imagine there's conversations in a smaller jurisdiction because there's just less people involved. But in LA, there are panels that go over when cases you will seek the death penalty and not seek the death penalty. Presentations need to be made. It is a very, very serious decision on the prosecutorial end to decide to ask for the government to end someone's life. That is a large decision to make that the prosecution's in control of. That's a conversation that will be had with victims' families, that will be had, in this case, potentially with surviving roommates, maybe not, but with the victims' families within the prosecutorial's office. And each office will have its own guidelines of what kind of cases qualify. Is a special circumstance murder case enough? Is a premeditated killing? Is what details and what is the threshold for when you seek the death penalty that is really reserved for the worst of the worst of the worst? And what is the worst of the worst of the worst? And those are conversations that are really weird to have as a prosecutor. But especially in a big jurisdiction when you have a lot of different kinds of murder cases, you get a sense for where the worst of the worst is for an individual prosecutor and then for an office. So these are very long conversations that need to be had, and they need to go through all the levels of bosses and up probably to the elected district attorney in this area to make that conversation. Question: have you seen in your career where it was differentiated that the burglary was intent to kill? My personal cases, I didn't have any of the homicide cases I worked with that a burglary was involved. I'm not surprised. Not all burglaries have to differentiate what in the charging document, what the intent was. I was noting it because it gives you that very specific, he was not burglarizing a house and then a murder happened. This was the intent going in. So it gave us an insight into what the DAs think happened here. It gave us an insight into the events. Will this case be televised? I don't know if it will be televised contemporaneously or if they are letting people record and then share, but we are going to get some recordings out of here. Andrew Burkhart believes the district judge will be Judge John C. Judge. Andrea Burkhart is very smart. So that is, there probably aren't that many judges once you get to the magistrate court. So we will see. That'll be after preliminary hearing. But Andrea Burkhart does good work. And her assumptions when she's like, I think this will probably be it, she's generally right. So, all right. A lot of these other questions are getting to stuff I think that will be disclosed in the affidavit as we go through it. This is a first look for me. So I'm just warning. Why a gag order? Why a gag order in criminal law? Well, a gag order can happen in any kind of law. This is a small community. Their jury pool is going to be very small, but I also think it's beneficial to all involved. If I was the DA in this case, I'd be glad for it. I'm sure law enforcement is glad for it. It also lets the media know what to expect. Setting expectations and setting boundaries is important, and saying this is the information that's not coming out. We are not sharing anything else. We should not expect to see a 911 tape release. We should not expect to see anything other than court hearings and court documents going forward. I have seen reports that I am not going to address at this time because I have questions, but I have seen reports about whether or not the traffic stops were pretext stops and whether the FBI had asked for him to be tracked and stopped. If that information is coming out from law enforcement sources yesterday afternoon, that could be violative of the court order, and I've got questions about that too. So because I haven't had the chance to think through that process, I don't have thoughts yet. I have a lot of questions, but I will have thoughts. But that's why. It's partly to protect the jury pool and partly to stop the speculation. I touched on the defamation lawsuit yesterday. I don't know if we'll have time to get into it today. But there's been a lot of speculation about this case, and this kind of shuts all of that down and kind of closes any leaks, and it puts law enforcement, the DA and the defense attorney, all on equal footing. And for a defense attorney, I would imagine it would be frustrating that your law enforcement and the prosecution has gotten kind of out ahead of this. The defense attorney doesn't want leaks from law enforcement being, we knew this, or we suspect the motive is this. It keeps the case cleaner for a potential jury pool this way. Do I love it? No. Do I want transparency? Yes. But if they allow cameras into the courtroom and they allow access to the court documents, I'm fine with that compromise. I think that's a fair compromise. It stops unofficial leaks. It stops other channels of communication and keeps it to what is in court is what's public record is what's known to the public. I'm fine with that. I am. It can be frustrating, but like intellectually, I'm fine. Even when my curiosity abounds, I don't know how much curiosity we need. So, all right. Let us continue into this affidavit. I am not going to tamp this down. On November 13th at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Bleeker responded to 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, King Road residence. And I think that's what internally the police are calling this because that's how it's listed. The King Road murders is how they've designated it for things. So they've designated it by location, which is okay with me. It's better than giving it like nicknames, which again can also feel yuck to me, but it is the thing. All right. Simone, I am definitely trying to switch my brain to Moscow, not Moscow, but it's not always easy. My brain is difficult with me. It fusses. But you know, hopefully y'all understand. So November 13th at 4 p.m. So these are all charged from November 13th, and I believe they were in the overnight from November 12th to November 13th. So this is at 4 p.m. This is well after a 911 call. You might see me taking notes because this is my first look through the thing. So if I need to take notes, I will. To assist with scene security processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. It's going to be a lot of crime scene processing. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police ISP forensic team was on scene and was preparing to process the scene. So they had not started processing the scene yet at 4 p.m. MPD Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings in the room was Xana Kernoodles. I hate it when we go by last name. They're always harder for me to pronounce, but that's what we're going with here after Kernodle. So this was Xana's room. Just before this bedroom, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Xana's, laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appear to have been caused by an edged weapon. And again, the reason they're saying an edged weapon is because they don't know yet what type of edged weapon, and they're not going to know that until they go through an autopsy and determine. So police aren't going to say this is a knife, a sword, what kind of blade. They're just going to say it's an edged weapon, and that is appropriate. Also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin, here and after Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. Autopsy report provided by Spokane County. So court scanning. This is not a blank page that is scanned. This is the back side. The scanner picked it up because the redacted, unless there is something redacted here, but it seems to follow naturally that this is autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner. So I think that's just the back page picked up by the scanner, caused by a sharp force injuries. So again, that. I then followed OFC Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves. I think I'm pronouncing that horribly. Goncalves, I think. I later.
Okay, I'm over it. I've heard enough about Brian today, I think. What do y'all want to talk about? Yeah, I've heard enough of this fucking dude. What's up, peeps? I think I'm going to shut this down. It's been almost 4 hours. And Frank, Squid, you too, if you want to come up tomorrow. Frank, are we going to do our live tomorrow? We'll have to talk about this to plan it. You know me. You keep me in line. Here, Cotton, do this. We're going to do it tomorrow, Frank, or the next day and go over it. Even if we only have 2 people watching, oh well, we used to do it ourselves, you know? I don't care about the quality. I care about the quantity. Are y'all still here? Or has this done ended? Hello, anybody there? What I really want to do is take me a dab, but I'll be coughing my ass off. You'll be around tomorrow? Okay, Square, that's cool. You ain't gonna come up though, are you, bro? Wacky Tacky. I just love that name. What made you pick that name? That's a cool fucking name. Wacky Tacky Creepy Girl. I like it. Sounds like that Laffy Taffy, you know what I'm talking about? You'll come up? For real, Squid? Oh, hell yeah. I have Squid and Frank. Oh, hell yeah. We need some kind of group chat thing or something for us three. Yes, my boys. Be cool if Cher ain't really following this case. I love coming on here with y'all. I do. It helps my mental health a lot. It really does. And thank you all. I love my people. All right, y'all. Well, I'm going to cut this off. If y'all need me, you know how to get a hold of me. Frank, no Discord. No. Sorry, bro. Look, Discord, I was in it a couple of years ago, and no, never again. It's horrible. It's just fucking trouble waiting to happen. Nope, no Discord. I don't even know how to do a Discord. I know how to go in there and like talk to people, but I don't know how to set one up or run it or nothing. And it's just drama waiting to happen. Nope. Well, set it up for me, Frank. Help me out. I don't know. We'll try it. We'll give it a spin. The first time bullshit starts, I'm shutting the shit down. Yeah, it'd be cool if you come up and chat with us too, Wacky Tacky. I love to have people come up on panel. I know it's intimidating. Trust me, Cher tried for a long time to get me to come up with her, and I never would, because I had so much anxiety about doing it. And I got pissed off one day, and I went up on Cher's panel, went off and took up for my friend, and then I went on Queen Bee's panel and went off and took up for my friend, and it just, the more you do it, the easier it gets. But I love your name, Wacky Tacky. I love that. As long as it's before 2:30 or so. I usually go live around what time? I don't even know really. 1, 2, 12, 3 o'clock somewhere. Here, let me just check out the YouTube streets here before we log off and see if anything's going on. See who's live. I want to watch that of Emily, but it's too fucking long. Queen done a 4-hour live. Hello, Queen. That's my girl. WFLA done a 3-hour live. We all done long lives today. JS Reduction's done a 3.5 hour. That's funny. There's really nothing to go over anymore right now. Kind of burn out on it. I still can't get over the Dylan situation. Where is Good Egg, Frank? Good Egg's an OG of mine. Well, not mine, but she's an OG of our community we all come from. I haven't seen her in a while. I love Good Egg. Okay, Frank, and get a hold of me, bro, and like today, we'll do it tomorrow or the next day. I want to do it soon or I'll forget about it and I won't want to do it. And I really don't want to read a lot, so you got to help me read, okay? Because I suck at reading. I was reading earlier and I was so proud of myself. I was reading for y'all and I was muted. What the fuck? Fucking Jim Terry or whatever the fuck his name is. Really? I didn't know that. I love Queen, but I can't watch her much when that one dude's on there. I mean, I'm not dogging her, I'm dogging him, but that's all I'm going to say about that. One dude runs that fucking shit. I can't stand to hear him talk. Okay, Frank. Frank, set up a Discord. But you got to give me like power. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to set one up. I just know how to go in there and talk to people. I used to be in one with our OG crew. That's why I don't do Discord. The OG community we come from, me and Queen, all of us. Fucking Discord, man. Oh my God, fucking Discord. I hate it. I was in what's that black guy's name that does commentary? Fuck, I can't remember his name. I like him. I watch him here now. I'm not sub to him no more because he's kind of annoying because he has like 500 channels. But what's his name? Y'all gonna know in chat. The dude that goes on and talks shit about people and black guy. Fuck, why can't I think of his name? I actually have a Discord. I just got to download it on my phone but I haven't been in it in fucking over a year. And see, Frank, I don't know how. I want to be in control of it though. I'm not gonna, because people get fucking crazy in Discord. Andrew Tate's interesting. I want Lycan to do a live on him. Yes, Quid, we'll do that, and we'll be very selective on who we let in it. You know what I mean? And because it gives me anxiety thinking about having one. I got one, but I'm not so sure I want to use that for my channel. Hold on just one second. I gotta use the restroom, you all. I'll give us a little music here. All right, I'm back. Sorry, y'all. I had to fucking give my dogs their flea and heartworm medicines real quick. I don't like Discord, Wacky Tacky. I don't like it. I don't like them. But we're going to try it. Maybe just my mods going there, you know what I mean? Or certain people. Joe, I'm going to get off here. It's been over 4 hours and I got shit I need to do. And I love y'all. I might come back later. I don't know. Y'all know how I am. I just fucking pop up. But I love y'all. Thank you. Have a good evening and bye. Frank, get a hold of me.